Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Are we on? Okay. Just making sure that we're on. All right. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Just checking the audio right now. Oh, okay. The event's about to start actually. They're about to have fight number 1 pretty soon. Victory says, let's go. Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. You know, the machine continues on, as they say, right? You know, the machine of the UFC, the machine of MMA. I mean, yeah, how about Usman Nurmagomedov in PFL New York, right? Having his moment taken by Jake Paul. He says, "How you doing, bro? Very good, man. Very good. You know, just having a little bit of some sciatica in my in my left thigh, you know, but you know how it is, you know, just the product of hard training, you know." So yeah, you know, that's the thing with hard training, isn't it? You know, it's never it yeah, I mean, it's beneficial, but at the same time it's not. He says, yeah, my favorite part of that was Khabib taking the belt from Jake. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch the event, you know, but nonetheless, here we are with this event right now with Daniel Rodriguez and Medic, right, in Belgrade. I watched the press conference and you know, very interesting, right? You know what? Apparently, this is the thing with a lot of these fight nights, right? A lot of these fight nights are big in the countries that's hosting them, but if you think about it right now, it's morning time in the United States right now, right? 7 a.m. in the West Coast, 10 a.m. in the East. No one really cares, other than us hardcore guys. No one really cares about this fight in America. But man, right now in Belgrade, in Serbia, this is a big deal over there, apparently, because, you know, hey, whenever you have Dana White pull up for a press conference, let alone having a press conference alone with Dana White, you know that it's big. So, um, Victory says my back and my neck is bothering me too, from doing a bunch of clinch work the other day. Yeah, that'll do it. Victory says me neither. I don't know where to even watch PFL fights. ESPN, I believe they have an ESPN deal, right? Um, but speaking of which, yeah. So, the first thing I wanted to talk about before the first fight, right? Can uh can Daniel win? Can Daniel win? Because I'm going to be honest with you, right? You know, this is a very difficult thing um to say that, you know what, he has a good chance of winning. You know what I mean? It's a very difficult thing to say because honestly, the odds are stacked against him for a reason, right? The odds are stacked against him for a reason, being that he spent 8 months in a Mexican prison, right? You don't really get to eat the best food there as far as nutritional value for your performance wise, right? So yeah, I think anybody has the right to be skeptical, right? They have the right to be skeptical about his chances here. And also, you got to understand something, right? MMA is not a freaking movie. It is not a movie at all. Okay, and I think that needs to be understood. MMA is not a movie. I know that it sounds attractive that, okay, you know what, here's this chance of a lifetime that this guy's going to come in here and he's going to win and he's going to dominate. But I don't know, man. I don't have the highest confidence in the world that that is going to happen. Uh, yeah, I don't think so. But we'll see. And look, the more that we look into Medic, man, a lot of his fights, man, first round knockouts and this and that, and it's just like, you got a guy who's a knockout artist, and yeah, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not too confident about it. All right, guys. So fight number one. Fight number one is about to start right now. So it is between Marina Spasic and Stephanie Luciano right now. Victory says, no, I don't have regular TV. Yeah, it should be on the app, my man. On the ESPN app, the very same similar ESPN app uh that we used for UFC when they were with the UFC. So, and they got Bruce Buffer out there too. So, yeah, it's a very big deal event in their parts. Just not so much here. Stephanie Luciano taking on Spastic. Motion says, why is the US full of PDFs? Why is the USA full of PDFs? Um, I, you know what? It's a strange question, right? Because it's a very generalized question, So, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, there's PDFs everywhere. Obviously, there's a lot of PDFs in the Middle East. There's a lot of PDFs in Asia. There's a lot of PDFs in, uh, maybe even, I don't know, man. I don't want to name any countries to be offensive. He says, you have a bad hair day or what? No, 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 no. Just kind of laying down right now, resting my leg. So, I don't think I don't think it would be I don't think it would be useful for me to, be on camera with my leg feet. It's the rice method, right? It is the uh what is the rice method? Um Rest, ice, uh what is C? Rest, ice. C is I know E is elevate. C, what is C? Cold? I don't know, but compression. Okay, yes, compression. All right. Rest, ice, compression. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of the method I'm doing. He says, "Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Just messing with you." Yeah, yeah, no problem, man. He says, "I think it's a product of evil. It's a general curse." Okay, is that in reference to motion asking why there's a lot of PDFs in the United States? Yeah, it's a strange one, right? Like, do we have the highest? Number of PDFs, or is this like a political reference towards, um, towards like the Epstein files, perhaps? He says yes. Uh, Generalization. Okay, yeah. Uh, but I tell you what, man, there is a lot of these predator shows that are going on right now, right? Like you would have people who do sting operations, like they pretend to be teenagers or minors or whatever, and then they set these people up to meet them, and then kind of like the Chris Hansen method. Hey, why don't you go on and have a seat over here? Like one of them things. All right, so Spastic and Luciano right now in round number one, 330 to 329, 328. He says Vitali was doing a lot of that. Yes, he was. Yeah, I remember he was doing that with the rapper YG. the guy who now, who made Dustin Poirier's new entrance song, My Ninja, right? YG, My Ninja. Um, so he got invited. He brought a couple of his blood homies with him. Look, here's the thing, right? If you're a gang member, I don't think you should be doing this, uh, unless you're doing it yourself, right? Like you should not be doing this with, civilians who are not about that life. Because guess what? They call the cops. And what do you look like as a gang member? Yes, it's noble what you're doing, you know what I mean? Like taking down pedophiles. But then here's the thing, right? YG confronted these pedophiles with Vitali, with a bunch of bloods around him. And what did they do? They can't do anything. They're on camera. You know what I mean? They're on camera. I guess he's boxing Larry. Vitali is boxing Larry. Larry who exactly? Which Larry are you in referencing? Okay, there's a nice leg kick by Luciano, gets clipped in on the way in. 208, 207, 206. Yes, Larry. Oh, okay, Larry Wheels. Larry Wheels and Vitali. Okay, got it. All right, man. Okay. Interesting matchup. I haven't really seen any combat sports, activities out of Vitaly. Same with Larry Wheels. I know Larry Wheels has slapped up Dean the Great a few times on screen. Oh, okay. There's a rear naked choke right there. Okay. And that is it right there. Luciano has now defeated Spastic by rear naked choke. Luciano, oh wow, man, she's going crazy right now. The crowd is booing and she's loving it. That's what I'm talking about, man. Fighting the crowd on top of it. Yeah, literally silence the crowd on that one. Yeah, via rear naked choke. Um, did you see who's training Larry? Who's training Larry? Oh, you see the Bobby screen AB Spar AB's buddy. Yeah, bro. Um, Bobby Green, man. Yeah, I mean, look, he's one of the best boxers in MMA, right? So that doesn't surprise me. These boxing guys, they really swear up and down, like they love to believe that, an MMA guy can't beat their ass at their own game. You know what I mean? He says, the whole thing made my month, dude. Can't remember if we talked about it or not. No, not specifically the Bobby Green. No, no, not specifically the Bobby Green. Um, but I know Adrian Broner was probably looking at that, thinking to himself, "Oh man, I need to get back in shape." You know what I mean? Like that was an opening for him right there. Like, dude, this MMA guy is coming over here beating up these boxers. Like, dude, he says, I got it in a bunch of arguments online with people saying current AB would beat Bobby Green. Look, this is a boxing mentality, okay? He says, I said, no way in hell if he could have, then he would have. Um, yeah, look, I agree. Look, boxing people are very protective of not only their sport, but sometimes within the sport, they're also very protective of their own individual fighters, right? Like, it's the narrative, right? Boxing people are the best at narratives, right? If you ever watched Frank Warren interview, an Eddie Hearn interview, especially those two, right? Everything to them is definitive. Oh, these MMA guys, they can't come in here and beat a boxer. What you mean by that? You know what I mean? Like one of them things. Noah James says, don't forget Bobby Green fought people like Tony Ferguson and Islam Makhachev. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes, the Tony Ferguson fight. Yes, the Islam Makhachev fight. You didn't really get to see a lot out of Bobby Green in that, simply because Islam just shut his whole entire game down, just took him down and submitted him, with ease. And then next thing you know, my man was fighting for a title. So yeah, and that was a first round submission too. So good way to start out the fight, the fight night, man. There we go. Um, yeah, the crowd was not feeling that. They were not happy at all when this young lady here won. Now imagine what would happen tonight if Daniel Rodriguez gets a knockout against Rakic. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. The crowd would go silent. It would literally be very similar to the fight night of Jorge Masvidal and Darren Till, if you remember when they headlined that fight. And Noah James says MMA people, they can pick and rip apart boxing guys. They can, bro, especially if it's an MMA fighter with the right style, right? Like they really believe that, oh, these MMA guys can't do anything to me, with just straight hands, right? I mean, look, there's a lot of MMA guys with hands. Um, Former UFC fighter, Clay Collard, right? I believe he fought as low as 145, fought at 155, maybe even 170 as well. Okay, anyways, Clay Collard, all right, transition from MMA to boxing, right? He fought a bunch of top rank, uh, promotion fighters who were like undefeated prospects, bro. He beat their asses, bro. And Bob Arum was probably sitting there like, oh my God, this is the worst matchup I have ever done. I thought these MMA guys can't box. I'm like, well, Bob, they can box. They work on boxing, and then on top of that, if they have certain levels of attributes in stamina, in strength and speed, to go along with it that can overmatch the other guy. I mean, what are you going to do? It's a fight by the end of the day. But yeah, man, these boxing guys would absolutely get torn apart. Victory says, right, even a current boxer that's in shape will have problems with a good MMA striker. It's going to take them a while to get used to the different style. Oh, exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's really what it is, right? Like, especially if it's an MMA fighter with, bro, let me tell you, man. A buddy of mine, who was attached to TJ Dillashaw's camp, he showed me a sparring footage of TJ and Lomachenko. All right. You want to know what I think about that? I think TJ can win a boxing title. That's what I thought about what I saw. Okay, he says they're used to traditional boxing techniques. Exactly, exactly. So here's the problem with that, right? When you're used to that, what you are committing sometimes with boxing, because boxing is like one of these things where there is a predictable nature behind it, right? Well, okay, there's a predictable nature in all of boxing, period, in terms of, let's say, okay, how they match them up. That's predictable. How they how they set up their jabs. That's very predictable, right? Depending on what style you have of how you set up those jabs. There's a certain pattern of footwork that very conventional boxers will take, right? A certain area that they would occupy in the ring, as opposed to not being in certain areas in a ring. Like after a while, conventional boxers, right? And when I mean conventional, I mean people who are not like Prince Nassim, people who are not like Tyson Fury, people who are not like Alexander Usyk, like guys like this, you can easily predict and sort of understand what it is that they're trying to do, and sometimes that could be to their own detriment. Victory says exactly. It's refreshing to talk to someone that actually knows what they're talking about. LOL. He says, I've been arguing with these idiots online. Let me ask you something, Victory. So these people that you've been arguing with, Are they from Ohio? Because from what I understand, Adrian Broner is from Ohio, right? So if that's the case, maybe there's a little bit of some inherent regional bias there. Like, hey, that's our guy. He's the Ohio guy. Like Drizzy Goat says, Sterling by KO, who you got in that fight? Um, Between Jan Blachowicz and Sterling. Man, you know what? It's hard to say no to Sterling. Yeah, you know what, man? I think I might have to go with Sterling as well. I know that in the prediction video, I picked Jan Blachowicz to win. I think I changed my mind right now. This kid is undefeated for a reason. And Jan Blachowicz is 43 years old. I know that may not mean much, but it means much. Okay? Like, I can tell you that no matter how good you are, okay, at any age, especially at 43, 43 is 43. Okay. And it's not like Jan Blachowicz hasn't lost before. Navajo Sterling he has that kind of like what they have in the new UFC game right now, like the flow state, right? That's what Navajo Sterling has going on. He's got that flow state going on. So Victory says, not sure. They were people in Dean's live chat. Ah, okay. All right. So, that's the other inherent bias right there. Obviously, those are his people. So, naturally, yeah, that's what they're going to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, makes sense. So we got some big boys up right now. That should be fun. Um, let's see here. Yeah, so we are headed to fight number 2 right now. All right. All right, here we go, man. Fight number 2. Mm. All right, my man walking out with the German flag right here. Alexander Popik is his name. Yeah. What do you think about Dean the Great, though, man? How do you rate his ceiling in the world of boxing? Like, you do you think you know what? Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I I think it is. I think it is a waste of time that these guys get together and just get drunk all day long, right? You have like a world-class boxer that's living with you in Adrian Broner, right? And instead of using him in a positive way. You use him in ways of stupidity, right? You use him in ways of getting drunk, making content out of it. Like, man, Adrian Broner should be your coach, man. You know what I mean? This is a dude who's a former world champion, okay? A guy who knows what he's doing in there. Um, you're a young boxer who's on the come up, and instead of yeah, man, instead of like having some sort of like uh mentorship, you use him as a way of, I don't know, man. Yeah, just like I don't know, it's weird. He could have done more with Adrian Broner, but yeah. um Victory says, I can't stand him. LOL. He's the poster boy for short man syndrome. My man said short man syndrome. He says skill wise, he's a decent boxer, but has no heart. He's soft. What what indicates him as soft, Marty? Like what are some instances that you've seen out of Dean the Great where he's soft and and has no heart? Like, was there a fight that you saw where he, sort of gave up? Or quit? Like what was the point that you had noticed, all right, what, this guy, has no heart? It would be interesting to see though how far Dean the Great goes. I'm really curious to see how far he goes with that. Okay, so Marty says, I've watched him train and he doesn't push himself. Okay. And I think in all, for all intents and purposes, I mean that is something that he does show on his live stream. What I mean by that is that you can actually watch his full workouts, right? Because it's like an IRL live stream. It's not like a clip of, him, doing one thing and then cutting to the next scene or this and that. No, it's like a live IRL live stream, and you can literally see him whether he's pushing himself or not. Um, okay, he can't stick to a diet, eats Chick-fil-A every day. Does he? Okay, yeah. He's just a streamer pretending to be a boxer. Okay. Victory says he wants the respect of being a boxer without doing the work. I tell you what, man, that doesn't this make you appreciate Jake Paul a little bit more, right? Like when you say pound for pound wise, Jake Paul is probably more of the formidable boxer between him and Dean the Great, if that is the case, right? Um, man, I tell you what, it's hard for me to disagree with you on that. And believe it or not, I really like Dean the Great, man. For several reasons. Number one, if you guys don't know, Dean means religion in Arabic, right? So, the guy has a Muslim background. The guy hangs out with nothing but Crips. If I don't know if he shows it on his live stream, if he shows any of the homies that he hangs out with, but yeah, man, Dean the Great is surrounded by a lot of Crips. You know, so in a way, I kind of want to see him do good, but at the same time, it's hard for me to deny some of the things that you're saying because, it is a reality that we sort of see right there in front of us. Shout out to Dean the Great, though. I wish him well. Still, nonetheless, an entertaining streamer. But if he wants to be a boxer, he has to do more than just, stick to a Chick-fil-A diet. That's for sure. All right, so looks like we're gonna embrace the camera on in a second. They are being announced right now. This Jovan Leva guy. So yeah, hold on just a second, guys. I'm gonna be on camera. All right, round number one has begun. We got a heavyweight bout in front of us right here. Yeah, it's always fun to watch the heavyweights, of course. You know, these guys come to bang. They come to bang and watch your brains hang type of thing, you know? Uh, there we go, man. All right. Yeah, man. Life is good. Saturday morning, UFC, right? Talking to you guys on the chat. Life couldn't get any better. You know what I mean? Life couldn't get any better. Life couldn't get any sweeter. Boom, nice leg kick right there by uh Popek. Ooh, nice 1-2 by Popek. Popek. Is it Popek or Popek? Okay. Popek, as John Anik pronounces it, you know, with his Boston accent. He doesn't have a very prominent Boston accent. I know that he's from Boston, right? Isn't that where John Anik is from? Right? Boston, I believe. All right, so Popek circling around. Um, all right, I don't know what that's about, Amy, with the dot. Okay, I suppose. Victory says not sure. Okay. You know what? It's very unusual to see a heavyweight with six pack, right? You know what I mean? It's not usually the thing that you would see most of the time, right? Yeah, having a six pack and whatnot. It's not a ooh, that's a good body kick. Oh my goodness, Leka got him with a body kick. That is it, man. It is over. All right, man. Leka with a body kick. Wow. Very, yeah, that sounded like a gunshot for sure. Yep, I agree. Wow, man. Wow, that was a good body kick. That body kick reminded me of he says, what a weak matchup. You see, they made Woodley versus Kamzat in RAF. What a weak matchup. Believe it or not, that's actually a 50-50 matchup, Marty. Um, I think we forget Tyron Woodley uh, was a formidable wrestler in college, right? I think we tend to forget that. Um, uh, Cameron Young. Shout out to Cameron Young, my man. First time I seen you here. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Cameron Young. Shout outs to you. Wow, man. Good knockout. Good TKO finish, man. Just straight to the liver, too. USA. Okay. Me as well. Let me know what part of the USA you are. I am located in Sacramento, California. Victory says, I bet he gets uh, technical fall is what you mean by tact. You're talking about Tyron Woodley. He says, hold drag does not. Hold drag does not. I don't know what. I don't understand what you mean by that. Please elaborate for me on that one. Um, yes, on paper, Woodley is the more accomplished wrestler, but I don't know if he's, wrestled enough over the years, right? I know there was a period where he concentrated on boxing. There was a high period where he concentrated on MMA. Um, Kamzat obviously has been very active in the wrestling, recently, right? Wrestling with Danis. Um, yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the chances. I don't like the chances for Tyron Woodley, even though he is obviously, a very accomplished wrestlers. So yeah. Um, he says, "Oh yeah, and Dennis versus Perry in MMA." Yup. He says, "Been a good card so far, Kyrie." Oh yeah, man, especially with the first round finishes. Yeah, man, why not, right? Let these cards, just trickle down, very quickly. So, first another first round. But that's pretty typical with a heavyweight fight, right? You often will get first round knockouts and whatnot. So. All right, so Leka wins. Dana White had some things to say about the PFL merger the other day. Let me see if I could find, a video of that. Oh, speaking of which, first, let's continue this Dan Hardy interview on MMA Junkie.
Yeah, totally. How long have you kind of caught wind of the sport? I mean, I feel like as far as like a week back, some people had maybe dropped a little bit of nuggets on Twitter and stuff.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky. Being out in a rural area, coverage is pretty hit and miss with other carriers. So switching to
Not, but whatnot. But like, were you, caught off guard by this today? Did you know that this was
Yes, I like RAF, my man.
kind of, insights that you've been privy to over these past few weeks? Yeah, I've had a couple of meetings about this already. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes in the PFL that I'm involved in, and everything's affected by this, obviously, because the branding and the direction of the company's changing. So, um, although they did a good job to keep it relatively, relatively quiet for a period of time. Yeah, it's been something that's kind of been on the cards with me.
Humble Man says, "I'm going to see Marab versus Cejudo 2 in Cleveland. Should be interesting." Oh, wow. Okay, so they're going to a rematch for that one. Yeah, yeah, Henry Cejudo lost that one, right? So, okay, this is what I mean when I say that, even though Tyron Woodley is the more accomplished wrestler, right? It's not a guarantee that he's going to beat Kamzat. And we all seen what happened with Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo won, the gold medal in 2008, and then he got beat by Marab. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, this is not the same Henry Cejudo wrestling in 2008, right? So that's interesting to see, right? The results of something like that in, you know, in um, in RAF.
Moving in that direction, certainly. But I still think there's a lot more news to come with it as well. So, I mean, I'm sure it's the same with you. It's taken over my social media feed. It's everywhere right now. And I think, in the coming days, especially after this New York event is over, we're going to start getting more and more details about how the deal's actually going to look and what fans can expect. Yeah, I think they're doing a press conference after the event tomorrow with John Martin and Jake Paul and Mickey Sabadarian. So, lots of opportunity to ask questions and get info there. Can you say anything about how this could adjust your role or the things you might be doing day to day outside of calling the fights with PFL MVP or MVP MMA, I guess as we're now calling it? Yeah, I mean, I've been told to prepare to commentate on other combat sports. That's quite exciting. I mean, I did the McGregor Mayweather fight, which was a lot of fun. The Jake Paul fight. I've done a few other boxing matches as well, smaller shows, and I'm just a combat sports fan. So anything that we can be doing within the combat sports sphere, I think I'm certainly giving my best effort. I'd like to think I'd be able to fit into it. And Sean O'Connell does a great job as a play-by-play guy as well. So I think we're going to be a lot busier from this point onwards. I also think that with a platform like Netflix and wherever else the our content will be featured, we're going to need more content. There's going to be more of a demand for shoulder.
So okay, that's one of the things they're going to do differently with PFL or MVP MMA is that they're going to put out more content. So let's hear what Dana White had to say about this. Right, we're going to go to Mac TV or the Mac Life rather. So
Every accent at that press conference yesterday, I did not think you had that in you. Yeah, me neither. when you come to a new country.
All right, fight number 3 coming up right now.
Because I assume you have like 20 flags at this point.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, a lot of that stuff goes in storage. Yeah, they gave me a violin that has one string. It only has one string. I might have to take some lessons to figure out how to play that thing. But it was very. Let me tell you, the president of Serbia, a very, very good guy. I liked him a lot. Like right out the gates, like a real guy, like a real guy, not a politician. Exactly.
I feel like a lot of them are men over here.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I saw your post the other day, like toxic masculinity is no masculinity.
I like that. I like that Dana White mentioned that. He said that toxic masculinity is a lack of masculinity. That is awesome, bro. That is awesome, man. Shout out to Dana White.
I got from Hunter. Actually showed me a podcast. What's the guy's name? Yeah. And he's talking about toxic masculinity, which I've been hearing a lot about lately. So he played me this podcast, and I loved it.
I'm not gonna lie, I did think it might be about you and Gary at the time when you posted it.
I don't get into that shit, man. I don't care what anybody does.
Coming to Serbia, sold out in what, 22 minutes, I think it was?
Yeah.
I feel like every time we sort of think, okay, the sport's it now.
First they say 22 minutes, and then they say 15 minutes, right? I mean, bottom line, they got it done, rather quickly.
Then you come to a new market. You set up.
Aaron Maga says, "Do you believe Armin will be out grappling Ankit? 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 Who's Ankit? Yeah, tell me who Ankit is, Aaron Maga."
That quickly, which means you can come back here again and again, and you have all these other countries in Europe that you can come back to. Is this just more evidence that like we haven't hit a ceiling on this sport yet?
We're nowhere near the ceiling on this sport. The ceiling on this sport is 8 billion. Okay. And we still haven't been to Spain, and there's a lot of other places that we haven't been in a while, and not just in the rest of the world, but in the United States. So, yeah.
What other parts of the United States has the UFC not gone to? Have they done shows in Ohio before? Yeah, they've done shows in Ohio. Have they done shows in Idaho? I don't think so. I don't know if there's well, okay, I would imagine there is a market for that, right? These small country towns, obviously, I would imagine that they would appreciate having the UFC come to their town. Sure.
We're not even close to the ceiling on this.
So what's the issue then? Do you have a calendar issue where you need to find more dates, or do you have a talent issue where you need to find more talent to be able to fulfill the calendar that you have?
Well, I mean,
Aaron Maga says Ankit is an Indian social media influencer from India. Okay, yeah, I don't know who that is. Sorry. Xstack says hello, young man. Hey, what's up, Xstack? Shout out to you, my man. We got some of the OGs in the chat popping up here today.
Really look at what we're doing right now. I mean, since the I guess I could say since the White House. I mean, we've done like an average of 2 events a week. I mean, we've done something like 11 events since the White House, which was right before the 4th of July. So we have a pretty brutal schedule already as it is. I mean, I'd have to hire another 1,000 people at UFC headquarters to ramp it up anymore. I think we're at a nice cruising altitude right now where we're doing just the right amount of fights, and we're probably going
to. When he says in the right cruising altitude, this is what people mean when they say that Dana White is being complacent, right? That's the language right there that is indicative of all those things.
Have more boxing, so yeah.
When you look at, we've had lots of returns in the sport, returns to the cage. I don't know if any have been quite as unique as Daniel Rodriguez, right? Leaving a Tijuana.
All right, so the 2 women are entering the cage right now as Dana White speaks.
Jail and getting into a main event. I saw you guys talking when you got on stage yesterday. What was your just take on that entire crazy story?
Yeah, well, he thanked me because I was making phone calls trying to help get him out of there, and he's very, very grateful, to be in Serbia and fighting in the main event. So that was pretty much what that conversation was about.
Well, I'm sorry.
So Dana White was talking to the Mexican government to try and get Daniel Rodriguez out. In his mind, he was thinking, you know what? Let's put him in a main event slot, right, against a guy from Belgrade who we want to promote. And will promote his story as well in the meantime. You know what I mean? It's like
it's slightly a different tone. We can't really talk about it too much because it's ongoing. But the Anthony Smith thing came out this week with the issue with
ooh,
his
okay, some hard hitting questions right here about Anthony
what is your
Smith.
immediate reaction? And I guess as a promoter who works with these guys, how concerned are you about the next 10, 15 years for some of these guys when they start retiring and what life looks like?
Yeah. Well, he's one of those guys too that, you know, you don't expect to see that happen, but personal experience, it can happen to anybody. So I don't know enough about it.
Wow, Dana White said personal experience, it can happen to anybody.
This whole time, but I just hope that I hope it works out for him and his family and his kids. And
you never like speaking about the services you offer fighters, but just so people are aware, you do call these guys and check in and things like that. You offer them therapy. Like, what do you exactly offer these guys?
We do so much stuff for the fighters, not just the ones that are under contract with us, but ones that used to be too.
Yeah. We'll switch parts here to a bit of a topic you prefer talking about in boxing, right? You've made it clear you're promoting Joshua versus Fury. So what was going through your mind when Joshua hit the deck in the first 20 seconds in his fight?
Well, where were we? I was somewhere in New York, and I got the text that he had been down twice in the first round. You just well, I'm not a big believer in tune-up fights. I mean, what does a tune-up fight even mean? It's just so old school and stupid, and means let's get a quick money grab before.
Is that what it is? Just the guy trying to make.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's talking about how that was just nothing but a money grab.
Is it just promoters like this extra paycheck in this before you get to the
100%? I mean, tune-up fights are basically let's do a money grab before the big payday. And
Let's do a money grab before the big payday. Okay.
You made it clear you know where and when this fight is taking place. But I feel like for the fans, Fury fought on Friday, Joshua fought on Saturday, and now just radio silence. Like, when are we going to hear when and where this is? When are we going to see these guys on a stage together? When is it going to be like concrete? It's actually happening.
Money is. That's the answer. Where's the money? Go where the money is.
Is that still being negotiated at this point, or do you think like we're just what's the like? Why the delay? I guess is what I'm asking on behalf of every British person in the world.
I think you can see where all the delay is coming from. I don't think it's a big secret where the delay is coming from. So it's all playing out. I don't care about. Listen, when it's time, I go in and I do what I do, and all this other bullshit that goes on, I don't have to deal with any of this stuff. So,
this is the sweetest gig you have, man. Really,
the greatest, exactly. There's 100 people that deal with all that bullshit before it gets to me. So.
People affordable, save us time and money with nutritious meals delivered straight to our door. It takes only.
What exactly are you expecting from the Islam Ian Gary fight, right? I don't know if you saw as soon as I get into it. You once said that there's no MMA in your algorithm. I was actually curious, what is your algorithm?
I just had to block 3 other fucking MMA things so that we keep the MMA out of my algorithm. Swear to God, it's funny you asked me that because, like, maybe an hour ago, I'm like, why is this shit popping up in my feed? And I had to block three MMA sites. But what's the question?
What is your feed? I'm just curious, what's your algorithm? It's not MMA. What is the UFC president?
That's a good question. There's a lot of crazy shit. It's not MMA. No fighting. I don't have any. I got like street fighting and shit like that in there, but no professional organized fighting in my feed.
For what it's worth, mine's hair transplants and women for the most part. But the Ian Gary Islam fight, what exactly are you expecting?
Did he just say hair transplant is in Dana White's algorithm? Yo, Oscar Willis is a beast, bro. I can't believe he said that to Dana White. He says, oh, his hair transplant in your algorithm.
Actually, if you look at what Ian Gary,
little bastard.
He frustrates people. His takedown defense has been excellent, and we'll see if he can stay on his feet with, obviously if he can stay off the ground, he poses a serious threat to him.
That's true, yeah. That's true, he does.
MVP and PFL announced a merger yesterday. Curious your reaction to that deal.
Here we go. Let's hear what Dana White had to say about this.
What company?
MVP.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about what they're doing. It probably makes sense when it isn't working for anybody. We should all probably get together. Let's take two organizations that don't sell tickets and
Oh, body shot.
Let's merge them together and make a bigger company.
Milosevic with a body shot going after Cohen right now. Oh, that's it. Wow. What a finish.
I said this 100 times, and I'm just fucking around, but I said
wow, Milosevic with a finish. Wow. That was an insane finish. All right, let's continue on with the Dana White interview.
Those guys aren't my competition. So good luck to them all. I wish them all the best. See you, Dublin.
He says, wow, yup, good body shot. Yeah, right to the solar plexus. A finish happens. Yup, another first round finish, by the way. Man, that was a good body shot right there. Man, Milosevic. All right, man. All right, let's get back to what Dan Hardy was talking about right there.
Programming, different.
He says, I love a good body shot, right? Bow, right there,
Well, personally, I'm planning on getting a studio set up stateside. That's what I'm looking at doing, so I can be kicking out a lot more content. I think there's going to be a demand for a lot more content with this merger, and I want to be prepared to be, fulfilling that need. And I think everybody within the PFL right now is kind of thinking that they're like, we're all ready to gear up. Like,
by the way, man, if there's anybody that is a good representation for PFL MMA, it is Dan Hardy. So shout outs to him, man. Real legend in the game. On top of that, a great mind for the game. Victory says, I got an NC in a fight because I wanted a body shot stoppage so bad. Okay, a no contest. Yeah, it happens, dude. Yep. Accidental hit him in the balls. Yeah, dude, I know what that's like to be fouled during a fight, and it happens, man. It happens. It is what it is, but yeah.
People are ready to take on new responsibilities and broaden their roles that they play right now. And also, welcoming the people that are coming over from the MVP machine. There's some powerhouses coming over with them.
And speaking of body shots, right, you ever notice that Tyson Fury pulls his shorts all the way up to here? You know what I mean? So it's like it's very ambiguous when you're trying to go for it.
And how, as we kind of get into talking about tomorrow and this card as well, how do you think this changes the game for, as you said, the fighters and assisting them? Like, Usman Nurmagomedov is a huge story, final fight on the PFL contract. John Martin had made some comments in the past, like, we'd love him here, not going to overpay, like kind of things like that. How do you think this influx of resources? There's some info out there about the
yeah, DC absolutely did that, Marty. Yes.
This is a massive game changer where people maybe assume he might leave because a different deal is elsewhere. Now maybe this changes the output on someone like Usman.
I mean, I certainly think it does. It changes the thinking.
Shout out Sacramento. That's right, man. Sacramento, California represent.
In the sport that starts to realize that the grass is not always greener, and taking a pay cut for the exposure is it's okay for the short term, but I'm going to think about my long term success and financial stability as well. The coach has spoken a lot about it. Johnny Evelyn spoke.
So, okay, so that's an interesting topic right there, right? With Usman Nurmagomedov, right? Is he going to sign with the UFC, and maybe take a pay cut, or is he going to go with is he going to go with Jake Paul, and Jake Paul will probably overpay him in ways that they won't in the UFC, right? Very tough decision to make, but I think the way the Dagestanis are, right? They're not really about money. They're going to go with the UFC. They are loyal to the UFC, number one. On top of that, there's a name and a product behind it. And yeah, Victory says, you see that recent footage of DC play sparring with a fighter. He looked damn good. Yeah, man, DC is, he would probably still beat a lot of the heavyweights, in that division right now, I think. So, yeah.
A lot about it. Corey Anderson is somebody else that he's always campaigning for crossing over because of how much it changed his life. I think the problem was, and there were people that moved over from the UFC to Bellator, and they did it from a better person, and it was good for them.
Yeah, man, that's one thing about wrestlers, right? You never lose explosiveness at all. A Victory says still really fast, actually. Yup.
At the time, and they made. I mean, Corey made like more money than he'd ever made in his first Bellator fight. But I always think there was a feeling from the fighters that, like, where's this going to go? Like, how long is this going to last? And I also think that when Bellator was absorbed by the PFL, I think that feeling remained, and I think it's been kind of it haunts the other promotions outside the UFC because the UFC feels so stable. And I think with this, with Netflix alongside with MVP and Jake Paul, people know how aggressive he is with his business, approach. Once he decides he's doing something, he commits to it fully. And I think he was ready to.
You know, I want to address that, Marty. That's a very interesting point that you made right there, right? Marty says, I think the age is different for everyone. I'm 35 and I'm better than ever. Um, yeah, this is a trend that I've noticed, right? Obviously, there's a lot of guys like, tonight, Jan Blachowicz, 43 years old, still fighting at the highest level. Look, I think this age thing that a lot of people have going on, right? um or their analysis on age. Oh, well, he's the older guy, so maybe the younger guy is going to take him on this one, right? Kind of like with Dustin Poirier versus BSD, situations like that. Justin Gaethje versus Ilya Tapora, those type of things. Look, you have to understand the majority of media people are unathletic, right? Dana White said it best. The majority of media people are the biggest bitches in the world. On top of that, these are people that never cultivated a habit of, training for a long period of time or training for, high level performance. This is not something that, the average person does. So when you are 40 years old, and you've never trained in your whole entire life, of course you're going to deteriorate by the time you're in your mid 30s. Um, but if you've been a long time active, uh, in the training room and in the gym, why not? Why would you not be able to preserve yourself, for a very long time, right? Um, think about this, right? So you being 35, me being, 41, um, we've been doing it for quite a while. So, not only do we have the experience, to go along with it, there's also the physical attributes that go along with it as well, right? And that's for whatever reason, people don't take that into consideration because people look at themselves and they say, oh man, you have no idea how many 40-year-old dudes that I talk to, right? And I tell them my workouts, I show them my workout videos, and they're just like, oh, I can't do that. I'm a dad, or this and that. Yeah, and so is everybody else. Everybody was a dad at some point. That is how human beings, kind of produce. You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Oh, I'm a dad at 40. Like, it's because you've never trained for a long period of time in your life. But if you are, somebody that's training, I mean, eventually you just get better in time. Now, of course, there's always going to be, a little bit of some niggles, a little bit of some pain, a little bit of some sciatica, a little bit of some back pains that you experience as you get older. But it doesn't mean you can't compete. That's really what it comes down to, right? It doesn't mean that you can't compete. In fact, the years that you put in, probably makes you more formidable you know, than than somebody who's younger with attributes and has only start training like last week, like that type of thing. Victory says, yeah, that's part of it too. Mindset. People get to a certain age and just stop doing stuff. Yeah, man. Oh, I'm a dad. I'm like, yeah, no, you're a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Commit previously to the PFL, but I just don't think the PFL side was ready for that level of commitment from him. And I think now that is, it's matched on both sides. And I think, if you're a fighter, like say, Usman Nurmagomedov, for example, he's getting paid very, very well here, right? And I don't know whether the UFC would respect him, appreciate him, both financially and on an exposure level, the way that he is over here. And that's only going to increase, it's going to increase tremendously with Netflix on side as well. So there's potential for higher purses for these fighters for a similar level of exposure that the UFC could potentially offer in the coming years. And the more fighters start to realize that, maybe I'll think about my financial well-being as uh, you know as a priority, which I think a lot of fighters are now starting to do. Um, I think that puts us in a very, very strong place to start logging into some of these high level fighters, these big names that are potentially coming to the end of their UFC contracts. It's an exciting time to have an option like this. I mean, look, we've just done that agreement with Rising as well. We've got AJ McKee going over there. Like, that shows flexibility and it shows growth. And I think that's an exciting thing for a fighter to see if you're in the market to consider a free agent, which I would encourage everybody to do at this stage.
For sure. And I know I'm asking you this question.
Dan Hardy said, I would encourage everyone to do it at this stage. Yeah, so you can build up your roster in the PFL.
And I expect kind of a biased answer because you do work for the company, but like we always talk about, the number two promotion can places challenge the UFC, push them in different ways, et cetera, et cetera. And there's always kind of been like a default one, just because maybe the other competition below that isn't doing the things they need to do to compete. Do you think we start talking about this in a different way as the number two, and not just like, oh, this is a default? It's actually, climbing up to be a threat type of thing. What type of things need to happen to secure that spot?
But I still think it's going to take time, and I love the UFC. My wife's a UFC fighter. My history and a lot of the respect that I get within the MMA space is because I was a UFC fighter. You know, they've done incredible things for the sport, but it's healthy for these organizations to have competitors. Like when you have one powerhouse organization, everybody else kind of shrivels under their shadow, and that's not good for anybody. It kills off the grassroots. And I'll be honest, like that's kind of what I'm seeing as I'm traveling around the US right now. I mean, I'm like wherever I've been recently. I've been Vegas, California, Texas, DC. Now I'm in Long Island. And I'm visiting friends. I'm speaking to old coaches. It's not the same as how it was back in our day.
Shout outs to AR. He says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam to you. How are you? Like and subscribe. Kyrie looks smart, presentable, groomed, and articulate. And with your words in regards to sports, society, and life, God fearing, man, keep it up, man. Shout outs to you, my man. Good man, good man. Shout outs to you.
It was thriving and growing. And I think because the UFC grew so quickly and a lot of the smaller promotions fell off, I don't think there's the fertile ground for the grassroots to grow anymore. And I think that's something that we can take responsibility for. I think I must do a good job of offering a platform for the amateurs. But then the amateurs, when they move into the pro ranks, like who knows where they're going to be fighting and who they're going to be fighting against. And like I'm looking down Tapology records sometimes and seeing ineligible bout against some guy that's 1-17, and I'm like, this is not good for anybody. We don't want to go in that direction. Like,
Uh, Salim plays, yo, man, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Do you remember me, brother? Yes, from Facebook, right? Are you from Facebook? Let me know if that is the same Salim that we are talking about. Yes, all right. Yes. Brother, salam alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, man. Thank you for joining us, man. Thank you for joining us. Yes, of course I remember you, man. How are you, man? How are you? Everything good? Everything great? Hope everything is swell with you. Nice to meet you, man. Well, we have met. I mean, formally online, but yes, now we have met on my YouTube chat. So, man, shout out to you. I hope you stay tuned for this one. He says, Alhamdulillah, brother, we are trying. Are you watching the UFC fights right now? Obviously that's closer to your region. Salim is from Algeria, by the way. So probably way closer to the Belgrade, Eastern Europe area, in terms of time zones. So, Humble Man says, I haven't left the live stream, Kyrie, just waiting for the event to pick up, brother. Oh yeah, yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, yeah. I know you're here with me in spirit, man. Shout out to you.
We want healthy competition from the amateurs all the way through to the top. And what the UFC did in my day was they took that cream off the top, right? They let everything else grow underneath, and then the cream just came off the top, and that's where you got those high level fighters like Anderson Silva, who had a career before he signed with the UFC.
Okay, Salim says, I told you, brother, I only watch highlights. Makes sense. I watch mostly highlights as well in soccer, even though I am a big Man City fan. So yeah. Um, yeah, man, shout out to you. Um,
right now we've got people, joining, contenders and stuff at 4-0, 5-0, and they're not even having time to grow. And what's unfortunate is they're getting cycled out of the UFC machine very quickly with damage and with discouragement and with no money. Like we need the grassroots to grow. I've been chatting. I spoke to Matt Sherry yesterday, Ray Longo. Like their gym 16 years ago when I was preparing for GSP over here were kicking. They had amateurs and pros, and they were all.
Salim says, Hala, Madrid, Manchester. Okay, so you're a Madrid fan. All right, guys, we are headed into fight number 4, I believe. We're already on fight number 4 for the night. Let's see here. So we are at fight number 4 as we speak right now. So 8 minutes. Um, yep, fight number 4. Fight number 4 is what we got right now. So fight number 4. Here we go. Brad says, why do Islamophobes always bring up Aisha? Child marriages was a common custom among every other culture too. It's one of those things. They're just looking for anything to try and and degrade Islam, I suppose. Salim says, brother, I hope you live in a Muslim community like you know. What do you mean by that, brother? I hope you live in a Muslim community like you know. Yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate on that. Yes, AR says, are you watching UFC Medic versus Rodriguez boxing? Roach versus Apita? No, I heard about that one. I don't know if I'm gonna catch that one. Leary versus Chamberlain, Dublin boxing, also known as Sammy Hamid undercard. Okay, very interesting stuff, man. Thank you for the updates on the other combat sports that are going on. But right now, fight number 4 is happening right now in the UFC. So here we go. The matchup is between Rebecki and Proplex. So here we go. Strong opening right there. Oh, there's a double jab by Rebecki. AR says, Kyrie in chat, why are they targeting Muslims in America and Europe? Because, I mean, look, they're kafirs by the end of the day, right? That is what kafirs do. That's what kafirs have done all throughout history, right? Dating back to the time of Moses fighting the pharaohs of Egypt. Rebecki with a single leg takedown, looking to hook that single leg takedown, gets him down. Now he's looking to control him on the ground. He's right on top position right now, full guard control right on top, pounding away with the full guard position. Full guard position, trying to stack up from the full guard position as Proplek is trying to control his head from the bottom, has a wizard while in the full guard position right now, is Propek, while Rebecki is trying to uh, posture up while pounding away. He says, that's what I meant. Okay, I got you. So you're saying, Salim says, we Muslims support each other always, and it's really great to have okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yes, yes. We have a strong Muslim community here in the United States. I know that obviously the United States is considered, Dar al-Harb, basically, the land of disbelievers, as we could translate it in Arabic, right? But we do have a lot of good Muslim brothers here, people that come from Muslim families and a lot of Muslim converts as well. AR says, sometimes I can watch boxing and UFC. They are on in the early hours of the morning, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the UK. Yep. Oh, wow, man. Proplek getting hit with these shots by Rebecki on top position right now. This guy said on my chat thread, he said, this I'm surprised as many people is watching it as they are. Yeah. Says, thank you, brother. Yup. Yeah. So Rebecki still maintaining top control position right now, constantly maintaining his top control position right now, and I think he has some serious ground control time. All right, so still maintaining the referee's wrestling position right now, pounding away right on top of him. Oh man, they're gonna stop this fight right now. He's not fighting back. That's it, man. That is it. Yup, there it is. Wow, man. Yeah, ground and pound finish. Another first round finish. Man, these fights are going on pretty quickly, man. He says sometimes I don't understand your post. Because you're not, dude. The reason why you don't understand my posts, my man, is because I mean, for one, you're not from America, right? So you don't understand when I talk about Bloods, Crips, essays, Asians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, white boys, Jamaicans, Latin kings, disciples, vice lords, Haitians. All these motherfuckers been patiently waiting. You don't understand any of that because you're not American. So yes, of course you're not going to understand my posts, right? This is American business, as they say. He says Kyrie pulling bars. There it is, man. The game, West Side Story, circa 2005. AR says there is a big Pakistani community in the UK. Oh, trust me, I know. And they run areas like the northern regions of the UK where I live. Grooming gangs is a big issue in the UK. Yeah, it is, man, because you guys are like, straight perverts. He says, I thought you're a racist or something, bro. Um, it's how we talk in America, bro. We're not racist in America. Uh, I mean, I'm not racist, but yeah, man, it's just a lot that you don't understand about the United States. Unfortunately, I. Wish you did, but yeah, uh, yeah, man. Shout out to Rebecki with that win. First round there. Now we got some updates going there. Victory says he's not racist, he's the race whisperer. Yeah, hey Marty, man, you gotta add me on Facebook, bro, to see what this guy is talking about right here, right? He's my man's from Algeria, right? So he kind of doesn't understand US politics here. So whenever I talk about race stuff or racially charged issues, yeah, he doesn't understand it. So but God bless him. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I agree with you, Salim. What I remember you said that the type of racism that we have here in the United States is something you don't see in the Arab world, right? And I kind of agree with you on that, right? Like imagine this, right? As Arabs, we're not confined to one race, right? Obviously there's white Arabs, there's black Arabs, there's Arabs that are racially mixed like me, right? We never really look at this as an issue in the Middle East, right? Like I don't know, but I mean, let's be honest too. There are a lot of Arabs that are racist too. We can't forget about that. Salim says yes. Sometimes I thank God because I don't live there, bro. God be with you, man. Yeah, I know. We're too racist over here in America, right? My man said he doesn't understand any of my posts. You know what? Let me see if I can take a look at some of my posts right here. Um let me see here. Yeah. Um AR says American and European melting pot, different cultures in this continent. There is a lot of covert, systematic, and unconscious bias in America and Europe. I think so. I think so. Yes, I would have to agree with you on that. All right, man. So on to the next fight, man. These cards are this card's going by rather quickly, man. Already 5 fights and all first round finishes, by the way. So and we still got more fights, man. We got Dennis Bazooka and Bogdan Grad coming up. Um Oban Elliot. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so six card main card. AR says people are in their bubble and don't tread on people's toes. Political and racial issues exist. Yeah, That's right. That's right, man. All right, so fight number 6 coming up. Let's see here. How many first round finishes so far? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so fight number 5 coming up. All right, so 1 hour and 21 minutes. Okay. All right, so 1 hour and 22 minutes. It's going to be fight number 5. We got fight number 5 coming up right now. Salim says, here, no place for racism. Everyone is welcome. We are so generous. We are so generous. Special desert people. They are the best, literally. Yes, man. Shout out to the Bedouins. You know, obviously, I come from a Bedouin culture as well. AR says, Kyrie, I'm British, Muslim, Bangladeshi from North England. Okay. I've been bullied and targeted by British Pakistanis for speaking the truth about grooming gangs, marrying first cousins, money laundering, and drugs. Huh? Um, I mean, the marrying first cousins part, everything that you mentioned seems normal other than, the first, cousin stuff. Yeah, Salim says Libya, right? You're from Libya. I was born in Libya. Yes, correct. Yeah, I was born in Libya, but my family is both from Egypt and Saudi Arabia. But yeah, I'm Arab overall. But yes, the Blue Baron says, "What about marrying half siblings?" Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a no go right there. Blue Baron. Victory says, one time I went to an all black roller rink and they were all calling me Edward. In reference to what? Or is it just, they call you Edward because it's a common white boy name or something like that? Or you resembled somebody that looks like Edward. Um, but yeah, AR says in Bradford, they marry their first cousin's captain in the UK. Dang, okay. Victory says, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, a white name. Ah, okay, okay. It's kind of like if I ran across an Indian person and called him, um, what's a common Indian name? Pajit, right? Hey, Pajit, even though his name is not Pajit. But it's a common Indian name, I suppose. Salim says, I hope you visit us, bro. Inshallah, man. You know what? Algeria is one Arab country that I have not been to yet. But yeah, I would love to see Algeria at some point. That would be beautiful. Yes, inshallah. That would be a beautiful visit. You will like it, inshallah. Yes. AR says Patel and Singh are popular names. It is, isn't it? You know, let me see here. Since yeah, it's very early morning here. I have yet to make coffee. I'm gonna be right back, guys, before fight number 5. Um I'm going to play a video of mine for a second. He says, yeah, Serbia, stand up. That's right, man. That's right. Serbia, stand up. That's correct, man. Yeah, fun stream yesterday talking about the Spanish takeover. He said the crowd must be loving it. They are, bro. You know what? This is big. This fight right now is big in that part of the world and not so big in our parts of the world right now. I mean, for crying out loud, it's morning time in in the United States right now. Nobody but hardcore fans is up, to watch this really, So, um, um, by the way, hold on. Oh, wait. By the way, I'm gonna step out for a second to get some coffee. Hold on. I'm gonna play this video in the meantime. Hold on a second. Put on better shows. Polycon says they fell into the WMC models. They went away from. Hold on. He says, "Yo, bro, what is your nationality? I'm half Arabic and half Pacific Islander. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you a classic video mine while I go and get coffee, real quick. Yeah, there's a UFC going on right there. Um, put on better shows. Says they fell into the WME model. They went away from. Um, I'm having a conversation over here. I ain't talking to you. Yeah, but I ain't talking to you. Ain't nobody said you can't talk up in here. Yeah, but you. I'll keep it down. All right. How about that? Let's do that. All right. You cool? You cool? For publicly social media parts. Well, not totally, but yeah. Man, real seriously. You know what I mean? Like, send me some ones if you want me to crash out right now. Like, that's, uh, so we're going to talk about Aiden Ross getting threatened by an LA crib. Now, how fun is that, right? A lot of the MMA and boxing people are probably wondering, well, why should we care about Aiden Ross? Well, here's the thing, you should, because he's going to be a fight promoter. And as a result of that fight promotion that he puts out there, this is going to package in whatever he does, whether it's the Adam 22 versus Jason Love fight. This all correlates to that. When it comes to, let's say, Aiden Ross pulling up another boxing match, or guess what? What if Glasses Malone decides to fly from LA to Miami? June 23rd it is, when that fight is going to be with Jason Love and Adam 22. He pulls up to Miami. He rolls up at Aiden Ross and says, hey, what'd you say about Dolce or this and that? Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't like the idea that he wants to go and fight Aiden Ross based on the fact that he disrespected a woman that he doesn't even know personally. A woman that's not even from the same gang as him, right? Because from what I understand, this woman, Dolce, is a member of T&E, which means she is a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp. And if you're a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp, guess what? You tend to be on the blood side of things, if you know what I mean, right? On the red team. So what politics does Glasses Malone have to do with Dolce? Well, the only politics that he's involved with Dolce is the fact that she's a black woman being disrespected by this Jewish white boy, as they perceive Aiden Ross to be. And they see him as an outsider of the culture. So they're, and you know what? Here's the thing. I just really don't understand what his beef is, other than the fact that this is great for his promotion, right? That's the only thing I can understand. If Glasses Malone was to meet with me in person and he was saying, yeah, you know, I did it for the black race or this and that, I would tell him straight up, no, you didn't. Let's you did this because you knew that he was the guy that did. All right, so if you want to see the rest of that video, go check out on my video section. Aiden Ross, Life is in Danger versus LA Crips. He says a featherweight bout. That's right. Yep. Bazooka versus Grad. Yeah, Bogdan Grad with some hair, man. I almost didn't recognize him because I know he's usually like bald or whatever, or you know, shaves it down, and you know, nothing but full head of hair on him on this one, right? Looks like a completely different person, honestly. He says, "Did you get coffee, Kyrie?" That's right. There it is, man. You know, ready to go. Ready to go on this one right here. Oh, knockdown. Says, nice, man. Enjoy the cup. Oh, I will. Meanwhile, here's Bermuda Bazooka. I'm sorry, Grad. Oh, looking for a Kimura right here at half guard position. All right, so Grad, right on half guard position right now, right on top. Get a little bit of a stand up real quick. Nice and lean, baby. That's right. Oh, good exchanges between them right now. Mm. Grad going really aggressive, right? With the new hairstyle and all that. Tour of the crib. No, not right now. Um, Not while the fight is going on. I did do a tour of the crib a few times though. Um, all right, so Grad taking, you know, the position right here, body lock position, gets him down right on top, gets his back. Oh wow. Are we looking at another first round finish, or is this going to be the first fight that's going to go past the first round? No fights have gone to first round so far. No fights have gone to first round, which is insane to think of it. Oh wow. Okay, now he's trying to keep up the trend of first round finishes right here. Look at this. Wow. Okay. Well, that one made round number two. That was close, bro. He says you got to get up on your own. The referee says because if you can't get up on your own, oh, there's Aljamain Sterling right there in the corner of Bazooka. Is that his name? Bazooka or Bermuda or Bazooka? I believe. Yeah. Wow, man, I love it. I love when they show the sights of Belgrade, right? You know, the beautiful sights of Belgrade. They showed like a little tour of a castle. That's kind of nice, man. All right, here we go. Round number 2 between Grad and Bazooka. Oh, man, good shots by Bazooka. Really dropping a bazooka on him on that one. Oh, good jab exchanges between them right now. All right, Bazooka going for a single leg and then with a spinning attack right there. Oh, spinning heel kick by Grad. Yeah, very labored shot on that one. Grad shooting in. Ooh, yeah, man, they pushed a really fast pace on this one. Oh, good head kick right there by Grad. And then we got Oban Elliot versus Michael Oliveira. Yeah, that's going to be a fun one right there. Oh, so Grad takes him down only to get a guillotine attempt on him. All right, he's got an arm triangle right now on full guard position. He's trying to get to the other side. Oh, he tapped. Hold up. He tapped. Dang, bro. He tapped. Wow. He got him right there. Look at this. So, arm triangle choke, second round. Grad. There it is, man. He says, man, what a card, Kyrie. That's what I'm talking about, bro. You know what, man? On my uh on my chat feed, I'm sorry, on my chat thread that I have, right? This group chat that I have, this MMA group chat that I had, I seen a few guys in here talking about how, yeah, this is a weak card. This is, they always say this is a weak card until the card becomes, really good. He says, Kyrie, your commentary is the best on YouTube of UFC and boxing. Thank you, my man. All right, man. Yeah, Grad, he looks so different with hair. You know what I mean? He looks like two completely different people. That's why when I saw him at the weigh-ins yesterday, I was like, "Wait, who's fighting again?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't recognize that it was Grad until I looked at him in the face. He has that very distinct looking face about him." Hmm. All right, let's go back to what Dan Hardy's talking about here.
All savages. And it's like they have a trickle of those fighters in now, and it's not the same. They can't get activity. So that's something that I think we can consider as a promotion that's kind of holding that mid ground right now. We're the tree roots that hold.
Victory. When you say is AR actually Vance? No, he's the Muslim JD Vance. Okay, yeah, he's the Muslim JD Vance. AR, I believe, is short for Abdul Rahman, right? AR. Let me know if that's the if that's like the derivative of what AR means, right? I believe your name is Abdul Rahman, right? Let me know if that's what AR stands for. I believe, but yeah. If you're asking if AR is actually Vance, he's the Muslim JD Vance. Okay, so there you go. The Muslim version. Yes, yes. Rahim. Okay, Abdul Rahim. Okay, fair enough. Abdul Rahim, yes. So that's what AR stands for. Yes. Okay. So what's Victory's name? Well, Victory is that's the name of the gym that he trains out of in Ohio. Yeah, that's yeah, Bogdan Grad arm triangle. Um Oh, AR says, I only eat organic food, halal meat, fruit, and water. I'm God fearing, prayful, and never drink alcohol, coffee, tea, takeaway, or you don't drink coffee? Bro, man, that's crazy, bro. You don't drink coffee, man. That's insane, man. I can't live without coffee, bro. He says, Victory, did you happen to listen to JD Vance on Rogan's podcast? Oh yeah, I listened to the whole thing. I listened to the whole thing. Uh JD Vance comes across as a very reasonable person. I think that he understands there is a tide that is shifting away from Israel. And so I believe that he's leaning towards that direction, right? Because right now, man, one of the biggest criticisms towards MAGA is their support for Israel, right? There's a lot of right wing people right now that are not for Trump. That's by the way indicative of what you would hear out of Sean Strickland in the Sean Ryan interview, by the way. Victory says, yes, that is some discipline. Victory says, I guess he does, but he was being very politician-like, riding the fence as well. So it's like riding the fence while also trying to be like, hey, I'm the common man like you. You know what I mean? Hey, I was a United States Marine. Hey, I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains of Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you're no longer that. Okay, you know what I mean? You were a Marine. I mean, once a Marine, always a Marine. You know how that is, right? But you are now an elitist. Okay, you are now part of the Illuminati, my man. You know what I mean? You can't claim, oh, I'm just the, average regular guy, and you know what I mean? He says, yeah, that's spot on, Kyrie. I'm Christian. Okay, that's also you saying in response to what I'm saying, but also responding to AR as well. Okay, because AR asks, what is your name, Victory, and are you a religious man? Which religion? Okay, got it. Yeah. Um, yeah, JD Vance, man. He knows he's in a losing battle with the people that he's with because look, I need you guys to prepare for a Democratic administration come 2028, and I also need you guys to think about seeing a Democratic majority Senate floor after the upcoming November election in the midterms. So AR says, what's your real name on your passport and birth? Oh my God, bro. Listen, AR, man, are you building a profile on my audience, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Please tell me you're not MI6 or with Scotland Yard or the UK's NCA, National Crime Agency, by the way. That's the equivalence of their FBI, by the way, or actually NSA, right? No, not NSA. Yeah. No. NCA would be like the equivalent of the DEA or something like that. Yeah, man, are you like British government or something? Like, why are you asking? Like those are very like intrusive questions. Like, hey, what's your name on your passport and birth certificate? Can you imagine if you went to the hood here in America and you asked, Yo, imagine if you asked like some random black dudes, in Compton, this, like what the this, they'll be like, yo, this Harry Potter sounding, whatever. I mean, look, obviously, I don't know what you sound like, but obviously you're British, so I'm just assuming that. Victory says Daniel Hamid. Yeah, watch him pop up out of nowhere, with this speed right now, right? He's gonna pop up out of nowhere, like, hey guys, but hey man, shout out to Daniel Hamid. It's always love with Daniel Hamid. By the way, look, you want to know the beef between me and Zayn versus Daniel Hamid, right? Daniel Hamid trained with Amir Khan. All right. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but he trained with Amir Khan, right? And obviously he's very proud of it, right? No problem in that. Just like I'm proud to have trained with the guys that I've trained with, right? Especially if you train with some real famous guys. Well, anyways, Amir Khan had beef. I don't know if it's still ongoing, but he had beef with Hamza Shiraz. And as you guys know, Zayn is very close to Hamza Shiraz, right? Like I'm talking like phone call basis, like he could hit the dude up and and go hang out with him type of deal, right? Like that's really his homie, that's really his mate, right? And so I think Hamza Shiraz was not too happy about Amir Khan saying stuff about him. And then Daniel Hamid got into the mix. He said things about Hamza Shiraz, and and then it pissed Zayn off. So me being the merchant of war and the merchant of death that I am, guess what? I joined Zayn and his campaign to go after Daniel Hamid. Okay, and that's exactly what I did. So I went after Daniel Hamid, and it was fun. But by the end of the day, look, Daniel Hamid is a Muslim brother, so I'm very limited to how badly I could beef with him. You know what I mean? I mean, it could have gotten worse, but you know what? You know how the British are. They love the banter. You know, everything to them is about banter. You know what I mean? Hey, I talk about your mom. It's all good. It's banter. I talk about your sister and your family and, you know, and say that I did things to your, you know, so and so, and it's just banter. You know, I make fun of your nose. It's just banter. I make fun of your race. It's just banter. I make fun of your religion. It's just banter. You know, everything that the English people do, it's just banter. But in America, bro, you know, if you think about it, we're a much more serious culture, you know, than the English. We are far more serious, right? Like, especially like American street dudes, right? AR says Hamza Shiraz and Amir Khan are okay now. Yes, they are. Yes. AR says people love to have fake names on social media and hide secrets. Social media is toxic and negative. That's true. AR says black people love nicknames. That is true. Yes. And primarily because of the fact that they don't want to give away their government name and whatnot. AR says, British love the banter. They do. Yep. They do. They do love the banter for sure. Xac says, what is your day job, bro? Just curious. I don't. Here's the thing, right? I always have a rule. Well, I always tell people this who are on social media, right? Never tell people uh what you do. I mean, you can tell them what you do, but don't tell them where you work, right? Because the minute somebody doesn't like what you say, they're going to hit up your work and show them, you know, your video of you making racial jokes, and next thing you know, you're fired, right? So I will say this, right? I have a journalism degree. Okay. And I work in public relations, which is literally what you can get out of a journalism degree. So I'll put it like that. Yeah, I work in public relations. Victory says he's in sales. LOL. I was in sales before I did well, I mean car sales. That's, you know, I guess you could consider that sales. But yeah, no, this is not just any regular sales job and whatnot. You know, this is like, you know, professional public relations. Like we're talking like dealing with celebrities, athletes, and things of that nature. So yeah, you know, very serious professional line of work, you know, to say the least. All right, so we are now headed into fight number 5, I believe. Okay, so 1 hour and 54 minutes. Okay, 1 hour and 54 minutes, and we are in fight number 6. Okay, so we're at fight number 6 already. There it is, fight number 6. All right, Mark Goddard as the referee. All right, so it looks like the zone's got a boxing card too. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Oh, wow. Very fast start right there by Nikolic. Oh, wow. Nikolic gets knocked down by Volgadine. AR says, Americans love guns. Oh, indeed we do, bro. Indeed we do. Uh, you know, that's something you guys need to get cracking on England. You know what I mean? Like, but, you know, yeah, they don't let citizens own guns over there. You know what? I really would love to buy a British rifle, you know, but they're not available. The L85 that the British forces use. You know, I like the fact that the clip is, you know, attached in the backside, right? You know, they have it attached in the backside, whereas, you know, American guns and Russian guns are attached. The clips are attached in the front side. So yeah. Um, Volgadon with the headlock position right now, pushing down on Nikolic. Nikolic puts his hands up, daring him. The crowd goes crazy, and some good exchanges going on here. Ooh. Victory says most of us do. Yes. Victory says gun guys lose it when you call it. Gun guys lose it when you call it a clip. I mean, yeah. I, yeah. Oh, good. Good leg kick. Now they're right down on the ground. Nikolic right on top, full guard position. 304, 302, 301 in the first round. I'm going to show you which one I'm talking about here. Um, Let me see. Pull out my encyclopedia of rifles right there. Right. So I'm going to show you which British weapon I was talking about here. Let me see here. They have this in this one right here. This is the one I was talking about. Oh wait, no, that's the FAMAS. This right here. This is the British, L85 weapon that I'm talking about right here. AR says I'm off, going for a walk and getting something to eat. Enjoy your meal, my man. Victory says one of my favorite guns to shoot is the AK-47s. Believe it or not. Yeah, dude. It doesn't jam on top of it. It's very powerful in terms of burst, right? So that's kind of the difference between like an American assault rifle as opposed to a Russian assault rifle. See, the Russian assault rifle is geared towards burst, right? Like that's what they specialize in. Whereas with American, assault rifles, such as M4s, M16, A2 service rifles, which was very big during my time in the Marine Corps, um it it gears towards accuracy. You know what I mean? Gears towards accuracy, because I mean that's kind of one of the Marine Corps traditions is that every Marine is a rifleman, as they say, and true riflemen and true sharpshooters and experts don't necessarily, um they don't necessarily, what do you call it, um sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I'm trying to concentrate on this fight. Um, but yeah, they don't really waste bullets. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, true riflemen and expert shooters don't like to waste bullets. They, especially the Marine Corps, right? There is a culture of accuracy in the Marine Corps when it comes to shooting. So yeah, American guns are you know are definitely made for that. Victory says the recoil is so smooth. Yes, absolutely. The Russians developed the AK-47, believe it or not, out of Germany, right? They, from the machine guns that the Germans were using in World War II, they sort of used it and modified it to the modern version that you see today. And then the current Russian military right now, they have their own AK-47s, black AK-47s that are like the modern version of the AK-47, right? Usually the AK you would see like the wooden butt stocks right here, but if you look at the modern Russian weapons, they don't look nothing like this. But this gun right here was used by the Mujahideen, all throughout the modern centuries. You know what I mean? The Mujahideen of Afghanistan that fought the Russians, the Mujahideen of Al Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas. Well, Hamas actually uses a lot of American assault rifles, surprisingly enough, right? Which I think kind of spells that there's some Gulf governments that are probably handing them these weapons. Raw says a Kalashnikov, or however it's spelled. Okay. 86 says the AK is more closely related to the M1 Grand than just about anything from World War II. The M1 Grand, yes. He says I've never shot an M1. Victory says. All right, so round number 2 between Nikolic and Volgadin. Is that how I pronounce his name? I believe it's Volgadin. Okay. Okay, good leg kick. Oh, nice. Oh! Oh, he took him down, ragdolled him to the ground, tried to get a rear naked choke, only to get scrambled into his back, his Volgadin. So now they're on top, full guard position right now. Nikolic trying to posture up, still maintaining full guard position right now. All right. Good breakaway in this bantamweight matchup that we are witnessing right now. Wow, man, 5'3" is his height. That is crazy, man. That is absolutely crazy. 5'3". Probably the shortest fighter in the UFC's roster right now. He says that's about how tall Dean is. Is he really 5'3"? No way. Is he really? Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Dean the Great. Dean the Great height. Let's see here. What is his height right now? 5'6". I mean, okay, a bit of an exaggeration. It won't say that online. It does actually. Yeah, it says here Noradine Shahid Shabazz, which is Dean the Great's real name, is officially listed as 5'6" tall. There it is. It won't say that online, but AB is around 5'6", and Dean is significantly shorter. Huh. All right. Now, here's the thing, right? He says, "Trust me, he ain't 5'6". Okay, dang. Yeesh. Okay. I mean, you know what? Then, man, if he's 5'3", that's worse for Crip Mac, right? Like we know, look, man, we know Crip Mac is not, a fighter, right? I mean, you could say he's a tough guy for for what that's worth, but to be in a gang, especially if you want to be a Crip, I mean, that's the bare minimum standard is you got to be tough at least, right? But getting beat up by a 5'3" guy, that doesn't say a lot. He's 5'4" tops. Okay, I'll buy that. 5'4". Maybe 5'6" is just a bit of an exaggeration to sort of I guess give him, a bit of more yeah, a bit of an aura about him, right? They always add extra inches. Like they list Tyson Fury as 6'9". You know what I mean? He's listed as 6'9", but when you see him stand next to Pereira, Pereira isn't that far away from him. Just like it says online, Joe Rogan is 5'8". Is he 5'8"? Because Connor is 5'9", right? Let's take a look at it and see if we have a picture of Conor McGregor and Joe Rogan together. Conor McGregor and Joe Rogan. Let's see here. Let's see if we can find pictures of him here. Image. Okay. So 5'9". He says, Dillashaw how tall he is. Dillashaw is 5'5", I believe. Fan says hi. Hello, Fan. Let me know what part of the world you are from. All right. So here's the picture of Rogan and Connor. Okay, so is that 5'8" to you, right? Or maybe Connor is 5'10", and yeah. What do you think? Victory says yeah. And picks with TJ and Rogan, they look the same height. Picks with TJ and Rogan the same height. Yeah. That would be the context of the picture, right? Because what if one of them was wearing shoes? What if one of them wasn't wearing shoes? What if one of them was standing on a platform that was higher, right? With this, you can tell there's no platform that they're standing on. I think both Rogan and Connor at this point have shoes on. So yeah, he says no. Rogan wears thick sole shoes. Dang. Okay. I guess he's trying to add some extra height on him. Says Victory. I've really looked into it. Joe Rogan is about 5'6". Okay. He's not a very tall guy, obviously, right? He says, "Can you ask Chat GBT out? Can can you ask Chat GBT about the what do you call it, about their height? I mean, that's where we got the information from. Oh, there's a knockdown right there by Nikolic, knocking down Volodin. Victory says, I think being a short man would be terrible. Well, I mean, listen, we all can't be 6'3" like you. You know what I mean? Like, you got that 6'3" privilege. It's easy for you to say, right? You know what I mean? But yeah. Oh, he says like 5'8" and under would suck. Yeah. Certainly, oh, that's a knee right there to the head. Nikolic with the knee to the head right now. He says, "Yeah, I know. I'm sympathetic to it." I just think that you as a taller man, and I know a lot of short guys, may not like to hear this, but it does give you a certain distinct advantage. In the corporate world, people, sort of look at you as yeah, think about this, right? Think about how many CEOs that you've seen in Fortune 500 companies that are like tall men, right? You know what I mean? It's not that unusual to see that. It's just an advantage. Oh wow, look at these scrambling exchanges between these two right here. And what they provide for us being the short men that they are is a good 135 fight. He says I wouldn't mind being taller, like 6'5", for sure, but yeah, I mean, look, we are who Allah made us, you know what I mean? And we got to be happy with that. Yeah. If I was a short guy like that, I would try to make the best of it. I'm sure that's what Joe Rogan does. He tries to make the best of it. Uh, he works out, buffs himself up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, for me, I wouldn't need, to do that, right? For me, I'm comfortable being, lean, 6 feet and just, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be all like hugged up or anything like that. He says, yeah, a lot of them definitely compensate. Yeah, man. I got a cousin on my Filipino side. Obviously, Filipinos are not exactly the tallest people in the world, unless of course you grew up in the United States or if you're a half breed like me. But yeah, man, the guy just he's like big into bodybuild. Over the years, he was big into bodybuilding, just lifting and lifting, trying to like get his arms big, trying to, bulge out his chest, trying to, get bigger shoulders, doing like military presses and all this other, stuff, shoulder shrugs, get their shoulders hugged up. But in reality, it is just, a compensation to, his height. You know what I mean? And then eventually he got fat because, he was kind of, also taking steroids, but that's neither here or there. But yeah. All right. So Nikolic with the body lock position takes down Valentin. Good scrambling exchanges they got going on right here. So this is probably going to be the first fight of the night that's going to go to a decision. Oh man, and Voldan is getting busted up right now. He's like, nope, we're not going to finish this fight. We're not going to finish the rounds of this fight. I'm going to finish this fight right now with 30 seconds left. He says they can do that surgery where they lengthen your legs now. Yeah, man. I'm not for that, man. You know what? Like, I'm not big into cosmetic surgery, right? All right. Suppose they can do that for you, right? Will that give you an athletic advantage, or will it give you knee problems of some sort? You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of them things, right? And then I don't know, man. I'm not with the whole. You look, man. Allah designated you to be who you are. Oh, wow. Okay, so that fight went to a decision. Um, yeah, man. Xstack says, "How are the taxes in Cali, bro?" I don't even want to talk about that, bro. You know what I mean? I don't even want to talk about that. Let me just say that, whatever you got going on in Cali, look, I'm going to just say this, right? There's a reason why crime is high in California, okay? Because it is the world of the haves and the have-nots. That's really what it comes down to. It is the world of the haves and the have-nots. You know what? I'm going to clip farm this right now. Okay, we're gonna clip farm this. So let me see here. We're gonna clip farm something here. Okay. 2 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. Okay. Um all right, so Serbia's own Nikolic wins. And all right, we're gonna talk about why taxes are high in California, right? Why are taxes high in California? All right, so in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we're gonna clip farm this. Okay. So this is what I need you to understand, okay, about California, why the taxes are high in California. XTAC says, how are the taxes in California? It is high. There is a reason why there is rampant crime going on in California, right? Very good reason why there's crimes here, okay? Reason being is because you need to understand that people here are trying to make ends meet. On top of that, these are some of the reasons why taxes are high in California, right? Because the state funds an expensive social safety net. All right, that is the reason why, right? Extensive infrastructures, public services through progressive tax design, heavily reliant on high income earners and steep consumption fees. All right. So let's talk about some of the key drivers of high taxes in California, right? For one, there's a thing called a progressive income tax, right? California features the nation's highest marginal personal income tax rate up to, let's say, 13.3%. And this is according to Cal Matters, right? Meaning that the state budget relies heavily on top earners to fund its operation, right? So that means billionaires, millionaires, and middle class people that make about six figures. That's what they, sort of rely on. Victory says, have you noticed Cali getting significantly worse since COVID? Um, in what way? You're going to have to elaborate for me in what way it getting any worse, right? So also think about this, right? The high operational costs that comes with California, right? High local land values, prevailing governments and infrastructure costs, and strict environmental compliance rules such as specialized clean air fuel blends drives up specific fees like gas taxes. Okay, also you got to understand there's a narrow tax base, right? Because California does not tax most professional and personal services, unlike many other states. It leans heavily on high rates for physical goods and incomes to cover budget needs. So if you're wondering why California's taxes are so high, that is the reason why. Uh, Victory says economically more homeless. Yes, I'm going to say there was more of that. You have to understand, right? During COVID, a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people were either fired from their jobs or lost it as a result of just the pandemic in and of itself, right? So there's a lot of homelessness that's going on in California. There's a lot of camps, a lot of homeless camps that are going on in California. As a matter of fact, right? Um, let's see, homelessness in California. Okay, so the homelessness in California recently decreased, by the way. This is according to key statistics right now, right? This is, by the way, according to Stanford Institute for Economics. California's homelessness population recently decreased by about 2.8 to an estimated 182,000 unhoused individuals. Okay, think about that. 182,000 unhoused individuals, marking it the first statewide decline in years. Now, despite this progress, the state still faces severe challenges driven by high housing costs, right? Um, Also, affordable housing shortages, and by the way, a large unsheltered population. So let's talk about some key crisis statistics and demographics of this, right? So the total estimate, roughly around, once again, I had mentioned 182,000 people experience homelessness across the state, right? Unsheltered rate about 70% to 71% of unhoused individuals live without shelter, such as on the streets, or by the way, here's another one, right? A popular thing that people are doing right now, living in their vehicles. I know a lot of homies of mine in California that have lived in their vehicles while living, couch hopping from one homie to another, one girl to another, or whatnot. Same thing in New Jersey, right? I've seen that. But since the topic at hand is California, the population breakdown, approximately, we could say about 80% are single adults without children, and 14% are with families with children. So you would imagine how hard that is, right? The disproportionate impact, right? Now, let's talk about African Americans and other minority groups are significantly overrepresented relative to their share of general population. So, what are some of the major drivers of this crisis? Well, the housing costs, a high median month rent at a statewide shortfall of, let's say, an affordable housing unit remains the primary triggers. Okay, insufficient beds. Statewide shelters and transitional beds accommodate less than half of the unhoused population. Now let's talk about the vulnerable groups, right? Disproportionate rates affect people with disabilities, foster youth, and justice system involved individuals, right? So state strategies and responses, supportive housing, moving individuals indoors while wrapping medical, mental health, and substances use services around them. Encampment clearances, right? So, what are some of the encampment clearances that are going on? State and local agencies, including Caltrans, actively clear roadside and public encampments to connect individuals with services. Funding and legislation. California allocates roughly around 1.5 billion annually and about 0.47 of its general fund towards a specialized homelessness and prevention programs. So that's that. D-Man says the tech boom is probably worse for the state population than COVID. Well, that right there is a whole nother conversation for another topic regarding AI, regarding, yeah, the tech boom, as you say. But yeah, this is the reality of California, y'all. Victory asks, are they putting up a bunch of data centers out there? Let's take a look. So data centers in California. California has roughly 300 active data centers with major hubs clustered in Silicon Valley, LA, Sacramento region. Top operators include Equinix, Digital Realty Trust, and Vantage Data Centers. And this is according to Union of Concerned Scientists. The nonprofit that did the research on this. So the key market hubs that we're talking about with the data centers, right? Key market hubs, Silicon Valley, Santa Clara, houses house the highest density of facilities in the state, driven by tech industry demands. Los Angeles, Orange County features over 100 facilities supporting regional finance and healthcare media. The Sacramento area right here includes major green energy campuses like NTT Global Data Centers, as well as state government tech hubs in Rancho Cordova. And once again, this is all according to the Union of Concerned Scientists, right? Industry trends and challenges, right? So obviously there's the AI growth, there's the local pushbacks that's going on, and then there's the regulations that are going on, right? So surging demands for artificial intelligence infrastructure is driving proposals for, let's say, massive new facilities such as nearly 1 million square foot project in Imperial County. All right. Now, the communities have raised concerns over high electricity usage, straining local power grids, and potential rate payer costs increase. And this is according to Cal Matters. All right. Regulations, obviously, several municipalities and counties have considered or enacted restrictions or outright bans on new data center developments. So Victory says, I got the Brazilian on this one. Okay, yes, yes. So on to the fights on this one right here. Oh wow, Michael Oliveira just knocked down. He just knocked down Oban Elliot right now. Yeah, 10-0 Oliveira. Right? He came with a little beret in the weigh-ins. I wonder if he's like, Brazilian special forces or something like that. The dude looks like a soldier. Yeah, he does look like a special forces guy, does Oliveira. Oliveira looks like a middleweight. He does, bro. He does, man. You know, he's huge, bro. Oh my God. He just knocked down Oban Elliot again. Oh, he's looking to finish. Oh, he's going to finish him right here. He finished him. Finish him. And just like that, literally like not even half a round. Not even half a round. Okay, so he's a paratrooper. That explains it. Okay. D-Man says you're a beast. Kyrie, can I train with you one day? Inshallah, brother. Yes, I would love that very much. Yes. That would be, you know, an honor of mine to train with one of my audience members, and of course, people in that are my moderators like Marty. I would love that. He says, first knockdown was a freaking jab. I know, bro. This dude, yo, you could tell he's powerful, man. You know, and very few people can do this to Oban Elliot, right? Like very few people can do that to Oban Elliot, man. Very few people, and he just did it right now. Wow, man. Wow. Look at this. So he hit him with a cross right here. Boom. Right? He goes for a jab and then boom, follows up. He says welterweight is looking good right now. Yeah, man, Islam would F this dude up, bro. I don't care what nobody says, man. You know, a paratrooper or not, man. You listen, you know, yeah, he would destroy this guy. He's like another Morales. You know what, man? Morales, Oliveira, right? Battle of South America right there. Let's have it, right? You know, Brazilian paratrooper versus gay, you know, Latino man. You know what I mean? Gay Latino man. And they're both undefeated, right? And you know, that's what the UFC is going to do. I predict right now, I predict they're going to have Michael Oliveira and Morales fight in Madison Square Garden. Okay? Mark my words. Victory says, I want to see Morales versus the Brazilian that smokes cigarettes. Can't think of his name. Carlos Prates. I think this guy beats Carlos Prates. Pilates. No, Prates. Pilates Prates. Yeah. Anybody who is, well, let's hear what he has to say here real quick. Anybody who doesn't have an undefeated record or is not dominant like this guy, I think he beats everybody. He's huge. Victory says. D-Man says, yeah, I thought they made that fight. Which one? Which fight did you think that they made? They should. Protest? Are you talking about protests or um protests or Morales? Which one are you talking about? The fight for Oliveira. Drizzy Goat, you know, predicted this was no, I think he predicted the Sterling fight. Sorry, wrong guy. Humble Man says, "Oh my God, bad man Oliveira. He is, man." Clash, Maxer, is this English? What are you talking about? Is this English? Are you serious? Clash. Oh man, I'm about to crash out right now. I'm really about to crash out on somebody right now. I'm really about to crash out on somebody right now. I am about to crash out on you right now. I am about to crash out on you. All right. We're going to have a countdown to me crashing out on you right now in five, four, three, two, one. Okay. First of all, you imbecile, freaking intellectual sloth idiot. Okay. How is it that you're asking me if this is in English? I speak English better than most of you. Do you not understand that? I literally went to school to perfect English. Do you understand that? I speak English better than the average American, and I wasn't even born in America. Do you understand that? You low IQ idiot. How in the world are you asking me if this is in English? Of course, this is in English. Okay? This is the best language that I can speak, you freaking idiot. You freaking idiot. Do you not understand English at all? Maybe you're the one that doesn't understand English, you uneducated idiot. You're low IQ. You probably don't got $5,000 in your bank account. Your car is lit up like a Christmas tree with engine lights on. And then on top of that, your bitch probably watches my channel. He says, I got about 4 words from that. How about this? How about you get no words in here because I just banned you, you freaking idiot? Yeah, how does it feel? How does it feel that I sent you to the Shadow Realm and all you can do is watch me berate you? And then when you leave here, you don't get to hear all the disparaging things that I get to say about you, all the horrible things that I get to say about you, all the degrading messages that I have for you. Okay, don't you ever ask me if this is in English or not. I speak English better than anybody on YouTube. Do you not understand that? Huh? Do you not understand that? That is why I have a channel and you don't. Nobody cares about what you say. And quite frankly, you call yourself the Clash Maxer? Yes, nigga. I am the violent maxer, okay? I violence max, okay? You know how a Clav does looks maxing? I do violence max. I dare you. I dare you to come to Sacramento, okay? I will show you. I will show you exactly how violent I can be, okay? Boom. You're set to the Shadow Realm. On to the next one. Hey Clash, thanks for the clip. Thanks for the clip maxing. You know what I just did? I just clip maxed on you right now. Victory says, "Get him, Kyrie." Yeah, there it is, man. What is this? Clash Maxer sent hiding. I sent him to the Shadow Realm already. No need. No need, man. No need for none of that. Oh. All right, so one more fight before the main card. We got one more fight before the main card. Knockouts per 15 minutes, 2.69 for Uris Medic. And then Carlos Prates is at number 2 with 2.32. Wow, okay. Next up is Taufik Musayev versus Klein. That is the next fight coming up right now. So, okay, so fight number 8. We are at fight number 8 right now. He says, "Don't mess with Kyrie, good soul, better human being." Thank you, man. You know, they say it's always the good ones that, you know, have the most fiercest response, right? You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Yeah, man. Oh, look at Belgrade, man. Belgrade looks so beautiful, man. Look at this. Yeah, and Belgrade isn't too far from Prague. You know, obviously the same region of Yuri Prohachka. They got Michael Bisping up in there. Yeah, Michael Bisping got a movie out. He's got a movie coming out soon. So yeah, man, Michael Bisping, he's got that movie star quality about him, right? This action movie star quality about him. So yeah, man, here we go. Fight number 8 between Klein and Musayev. All right, man. Victory says, you see they made Jean Silva and Murphy. I like that fight, man. I hope Murphy beats the living heck out of him, bro. I never wanted Murphy to beat somebody so bad, right? And you guys know why, man. Jean Silva is a barking dog for those people in the Middle East, if you know what I mean. All right. Shut the fuck up. Yes, nigga, man. Yeah, I can't stand him, bro. Like I usually don't hate fighters, man, but John Silva is an exception, to be quite honest with you. And anybody who's down with whatever cause he's down with, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude. I've never wanted to see it. I respect most fighters. I sympathize with most fighters. I want most fighters to get the most out of he says I feel the same way about Ian Gary. Um, you know what, bro? Ian Gary, look, he's harmless. Okay, he's harmless. All right. I want you to think about this, right? We as as men, we may not like the lifestyle choices of Ian Gary, right? How he lives his life, how he decides to conduct his life, how he decides to conduct his interview. But make no mistake about it, at least with Ian Gary, what we have is somebody who is harmless, right? He doesn't support any brutal regimes in the world or anything like that. He doesn't support people who commit genocide towards children or anything like that. So, I mean, what we hate about Ian Gary is not in a way that we would hate on Jean Silva because of who Jean Silva decides to support. And then, the Bryce Mitchell fight, you had freaking, you had, what's his name? Dave Portnoy, like, oh, yeah, yeah, go John Silva, waving the Israeli flag around like, I want to slap Dave Portnoy sometimes, man. There's another one, man. I don't normally hate on media figures in sports or just media people, period. But I don't know, man. I don't know what I would do if I ran across Dave Portnoy. You know what I mean? I would just hope that he doesn't have bodyguards because I would probably go after him. Now, Ariel Hawani, believe it or not, is not that bad, right? I mean, he is who he is, right? He is who he is. He says exactly who he is, right, in terms of who he represents. And I don't know, I don't really have a big problem with that. The way that I have a problem with Sean Silva, the way that I have a problem with Dave Portnoy, the way that I have a problem with Ben Shapiro. Um, Humble Man says, who is worse in your opinion, Kyrie, Bryce Mitchell or John Silva? I mean, obviously, Jean Silva, Bryce Mitchell. You know what? Obviously, I don't agree with everything that Bryce Mitchell says, but I think his heart is in the right place. You know what I'm saying, brother? My heart is in the right place, brother. You know what I mean? I support the Palestinians because of what these Ampites are doing. So I absolutely support the Palestinians. That is not right. That is not right what they do to those children over there. Those MUs, they need to be dealt with. Hey guys, 88. Shout out to Bryce Mitchell. Ah, he says, yeah, the Bryce Mitchell voice is on point. There it is, man. We unlocked another accent, right? We have Russia newsman. Then we have Bryce Mitchell reporting. Then we have Eddie Hunt. Are you off your tits, mate? Are you absolutely off your tits? There it is, man. All right, man. Tafik Musayev. All right, Ludwig Klein being introduced right now. Mr. Highlight Klein. All right. All right, here we go. Round number 1 between these two right now. Yeah, dude, the whole prelims was just like straight up first round finishes after another first round finish, you know? Oh, that's right, man. I remember. Yeah, Musayev did win the Grand Prix in Ryzen. Goes for a front kick right there, gets his leg caught. As soon as he gets his leg caught, now Musayev has a body lock position on him. Good jab by Klein. Stiff jab. Oh, good shots right there by Musayev. Oh man, they stopped it for a moment because there was a bit of a foul. Musayev was like, "Yeah, let's keep going. I'm beating this guy." Yeah, he rocked him with that cross. Yup, he did. He did. Victory. Okay, nice leg kick by Musayev. One 122, 119. Ooh, good body kick by Musayev. Nice leg kick by Musayev. Oh, good shots. 23 seconds left. Both have good power. They do, man. They do, and they're not afraid to use it, right? Like you see them, like just throwing down at the pocket. Ooh, nice kick right there. All right, end of the first round. It was a great round so far. Yup. Yeah, that was a very good first round. Very good first round. All right, round number two. And after this fight, we are headed into the main card. Okay, so Klein shooting in for a takedown, locked up into the fence right now. Yeah, very good display of Muay Thai on the part of Musayev right now. Nice 1-2 shot by Musayev. Yeah, man, Musayev's doing a very good job. Oh, man, he gets caught with a high head kick right there as he throws a low kick. Spinning back kick by Klein. A little bit of a graze right there on that shot. Spinning back kick by uh, very good combination by Musayev. Low kick by Musayev. Aaron Mega says, "Do you believe Islam will smash Ian on round three?" I've said over and over again that I think Islam Makhachev is going to have a hard fight with Ian Gary, and I would be very surprised if he gets a finish. Right, like I think the most Islam could do in this fight is get a decision. Right, but it's going to be a hard fought decision. But I think he'll win and get the victory. Oh, wow. Musayev just knocked him down, man. He just knocked him down. He's going to finish here. He's going to get a finish. The referee got caught in between that ground and pound position right there, too, man. Yeah, man, that was good. That was good. What a performance indeed. Yes. All right, man. Well, there it is, man. That is the end of the prelim main event right there. Yeah, that was round number 2. Yep, ground and pound finish. Victory says, Ian isn't afraid to have a boring fight either. I'm afraid of him using footwork, jabbing, and trying to just avoid the takedowns at all costs. Who was like that was Bobby Green. Bobby Green is a very similar fighter to that right now. Obviously, there's a little bit of jazz and pizzazz to the style of Bobby Green in comparison to Ian Gary, but one all in the same in terms of what their overall goal is, right? The overall goal is to avoid hit and not get hit. And I think Islam Makhachev has fought guys like that. Volkanovski was like that. The difference is, though, obviously, this is Ian Gary. It's a much taller opponent. So I think that's going to factor in, plenty of things right there. So, yeah, there's Musayev right now. He says, yeah, but Gary is 6'3". Yeah, I don't know if Islam has fought anybody that big before, right? But I will tell you this, right? Islam has ragdolled Luke Rockhold in the training room. And Luke Rockhold is literally, the bigger version of Ian Gary, if you think about it. Like they're very similar to the fact that they're, tall, lanky fighters, right? But Luke Rockhold is a legitimate big man compared to Ian Gary. And yeah. And Luke Rockhold was a former world champion. Ian Gary was never a world champion, at least not yet. At least not during if Islam is a champion. Let's hear what Musayev is talking about here. Victory says, and all the accounts, probably a better grappler than Gary. There you go, man. Yeah, right? Luke Rockhold, man. Yeah, one of the best grapplers in MMA for sure. Easy work for Islam, bro. It's easy work for Islam. The thing is, though, it's going to be very difficult to finish Ian Gary. There's no doubt about that. And to think that fight is only 2 weeks away now. It is only 2 weeks away for that fight. All right, Tafiq Musayev. Oh, wow. Yeah, no Che. No chase September 12th, huh? Yeah, that's the same day as a Ryan Garcia fight, man. And then Zuffa is they are running that fight. Whoosh, man. Yeah, we got an explosive main card coming up, man. Milos, Janish, Noah, Gugnon, all of that, man. Man, yeah, the first three cards, I mean, the first two fights I don't really care about. I'm sure they're going to be bangers, but yeah. He says, "What do you think about the Garcia Ben fight?" Um, if Connor Ben wins, it's going to be the concept of uh the guy who works harder beats the guy with talent. Obviously, the more talented between the two right here is Ryan Garcia, right? But Ryan Garcia has some disciplinary issues, right? If Ryan Garcia wins, it is going to be based on the fact that he is just naturally the much more skilled fighter, the much more talented fighter at that. But you know what they say? Hard work beats talent in some cases, right? It could be that this time, right? And look, Connor Ben, I think there is a reason why he got that 15 million because he's one of those fighters where win or lose, he's going to bring exciting fights. He brought a very exciting fight against Chris Eubank Jr., right? So, that's something to think about right there. Wow, man. Yeah, so they're highlighting all the main cards right now. Yeah, man. So we got about a couple of minutes left before the main card. Um, yeah. Wow, man. So Michael Chiesa is saying that he would like to see Michael Oliveira as a contender right now. Hey, I don't blame him for that assessment. I would probably have to agree with that assessment. Um, Victory says, yeah, we were basically just saying that about Oliveira because you know what? He's sort of proven that, right? It's like, you can kind of tell when somebody is special. Like, take for example, another Brazilian when Anderson Silva first came in to fight Chris Lieben, right? We saw that, like, wow, there's something special about this guy right here. You know, you have what was another impressive debut? I mean, obviously the Marcus Brimage, Conor McGregor fight. We saw something special in that. Khamzat Chimaev fighting, what was that guy's name? I believe Reese, when he first came into Fight Island. Just ragdolled him, took him down, submitted him, with ease. We were like, okay, there's something special with this guy. Um, when Khabib was fighting Pat Healy, right? Even though that was a decision, we saw something special in him in that fight. So it's just one of those fights where, like, man, oh wow, you did Oban Elliot like that. Very few people can do that to Oban Elliot in the first round, and he caught him with a few good lucky punches. I wouldn't say luck, maybe there's some skill and strength involved in that, but yeah. Republican Vance, he says, W. Kyrie the GOAT. Yes, man, Republican Vance in the house. We were just actually talking about you earlier. We were saying that there is a Muslim version of you in the chat. He says, P.S. I like your headset. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my man. How are you, man? How's everything? By the way, since you're here, right? How was the Joe Rogan interview for you? Right? I'm talking to you like you're the actual real JD Vance, but you know what I mean, metaphorically speaking. Yeah, did you see the Joe Rogan interview? And if so, let me know what you thought of it. All right, there's Rodriguez right now walking into the arena while we are looking at the sights of Belgrade. Oh, look at this. All right, so main card is about to start right now. He says, I liked it. I think he did well. I didn't watch the whole thing. Yeah, you should, man. It's pretty good. Okay, in loving memory of Gary DeFranco. Okay, I'm assuming that is a UFC staff member that oh, Ohio against the world. He has a shirt that says Ohio against the world. How about that, Marty? Right, man. Yeah, RIP to Gary DeFranco. All right. He says it's been a hot minute. He says yes, yes, it has been a hot minute for sure, man. All right, man. We are on to the main card right now. Republican Van says, "Victory, how you been?" Victory says, "Good man, nice to see you." See, this is good. Even though people who are like interacting with each other, I still like read their comments because what if you're not looking at the chat? Then oh, Rakic, they show that highlight of him knocking out Jimmy Manawa. By the way, man, Jimmy Manawa, even though he got knocked out by Rakic, he got the get back on Rakic in the streets. He knocked out Rakic in London in a street fight. You know what I mean? He knocked out Jimmy Manawa where it matters, but he knocked him out. But Jimmy Manawa knocked him out in the streets of London. And according to Rakic, he says that it was kind of like a sucker punch of some sort. And then he wrote to him saying something to the effect of, yeah, you may have sucker punched me this time, but forever you're going to live with the memory of me knocking you out, right? And I quote by Rakic. So Republican Van says, Kyrie, when you getting on Insta? I'm a 41-year-old man. I'm not really big into Instagram, right? I probably have like an account somewhere in Instagram, right, where I just like created one just so I could like look at someone's Instagram or something like that. But yeah, I'm not really active or really have a real Instagram per se, but I tell you what, if the channel gets big enough, I would probably have to open one up, right? Republican Van says, but it would get you more views. You know what? I don't know about that, man. You see, I'm going to give you an example of why I don't know if Instagram is helpful in any kind of way, right? MMA Guru never had an Instagram, at least not an Instagram that was attached to his brand, right? Maybe he had a private ghost Instagram somewhere where he can chat it up with his buddies, but never like an official one where it was, plastered as, the MMA Guru Instagram, right? And he still managed to, get and garner views with YouTube. Now, Kai Sanat, right? He had this Streamers University challenge going on, right? So there's a bunch of these bitches that came in here, tried to get in with his streamers university thing. They got like millions of followers on Instagram, right? But when you look at their streams, it's literally not in conjunction with the reality of their social media presence. right? So in other words, social media presence doesn't always equate to views, right? Especially if you are just an Instagram model who's uninteresting, right? But obviously I'm not in that category because I'm not like some, Instagram model or something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah. Um, I think I don't think it translates the same. That's what I think, right? If anybody feels different or has, some sort of proof behind the reality of that, I mean, you can let me know. But as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know from, anecdotal evidence from other people, I don't know if it's, conducive to, views, as you say, right? Victory says, what did you think of the JD Vance interview on JRE Republicans? Republican Vance says, it was good. I didn't watch the whole thing by myself. Favorite politician besides Christy Drazan. Oh, yeah. For sure, we know you love JD Vance, right? I mean, here's the thing, Vance, right? What do you think he will do as president, right? Do you feel that he's going to somehow carry over the MAGA agenda, or is he going to come up with his own agenda and um, his own political platform of some sort, right? Like, what do you think he's going to do as president if, and let's say he was to win in the 2028 election? Let me know your thoughts on that. In the meantime, let's go back to the Dan Hardy interview regarding the PFL MVP merger.
Riverbank together. That's the way that I'm seeing it right now. The UFC's powering through with a strong current, but we also need something to hold the the, the grassroots upwards together, and I think we should take responsibility of that.
When I say Wendy's small plastic frosty, you say it's only $1 right now because summer should be fun and not cost a fortune. And wow, it is hot out.
Now we got a Wendy's commercial going on here. All right, so next fight is coming up right now.
R2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much you're competitive. Very well said. I like that a lot. And now, like, how do you feel about, this is kind of the overarching thing now, but just how this year has been? We did at the very beginning of the year, our like big 2026 preview. We're basically at a little past the halfway point of the year now. How do you feel, the fights have been, the product has been, all this stuff to this point in the year?
I think for the most part, it's been good. Seeing the growth, certainly stateside of the PFL. The events are bigger. David Green, who came over from Bellator, he was running Bama back in the day. He's doing an incredible job setting up these arenas and packing them out with fans. So ticket sales have jumped up. The atmosphere in the arenas have been so much better this year. I think the structure of the fight cards is much better as well, with a kind of a more straightforward, best fight.
Yeah, Victory says, good question, Kyrie. Yeah, because you know what? I know that a lot of MAGA people right now are either gearing towards Marco Rubio or JD Vance, right? And I feel like if there's anybody that's going to, let's say, uphold the MAGA narrative, it would probably be Mark Rubio, right? JD Vance, on the other hand, even though he is the vice president to Donald Trump, in the past he has opposed Donald Trump in some kind of way. So there is a part of JD Vance that may not completely agree with Trump's whole entire agenda or the whole entire ethos of MAGA per se, right? So I am curious to know, like, what is it that he would do if he was to be given that position of power as president, right? We already seen what he does as vice president. I'm curious to see how he will execute his his own ideas into office, right? I'm very curious to see how that plays out just from a political analyst point of view.
Fighters at the top, and we go down to the fresher, younger fighters down the lower end of the card, champions defending their belts. I think a lot of that makes sense. My thing always is I want to see competitive fights that are evenly matched, and that would be the only thing that I would want to focus on moving forward as we join forces with MVP.
And just as we kind of move away from what
Can't.
Bellator was, I don't like to see those, the young prospects, all kind of fights. They don't excite me as much as a real good competitive one. Like this weekend, Usman Archie Colgan is a really good fight. Really good. Archie Colgan made weight comfortably. He's got a smile on his face. He's saying all the right things. He's got the whole crew in town, including Justin Gaethje. Usman is incredible as well. He's got Khabib in his corner right now. He looks great as well. It's a really, really solid fight, and I think it needs to get a lot more attention, a lot more respect from the MMA community. And look, all eyes are on Dakota. There's a lot of hype around Dakota at the moment. A lot of people are going to write off Denise, and I understand that. But there's a game next to Denise. She's tough. She's durable. She's good at close range.
All right, man. The next fight is coming up right now as we are listening to Dan Hardy. He says Dan Hardy is with the PFL. Yes, he is sort of like a host. I mean, also, I think he's like president of. I think he has the same position as Dana White in the PFL. That's what I think. I think he's like the president. He'll probably end up yelling at a ref too. Bro, listen. Listen, I know this is fun to make fun of Dan Hardy for what he did against Herb Dean. But you have to understand something, right? That was called for what he did against Herb Dean, right? He was very concerned for the fighter. You have to remember, man, Dan Hardy is a fighter first and foremost, right? So he's going to look at this from a different lens as somebody who's a media analyst or somebody who is, let's say, even a coach, right? He has a completely different view of this. So, that was a one-time incident, one-time thing, and yeah, I don't think that he would do that to, let's say, Mark Goddard, right? Mark Goddard has not shown any, effery in his refereeing, right? He hasn't showed any effery in his referee. There you go, right? So he has no reason to yell at Mark Goddard. He has no reason to yell at Mike Beltran. He has no reason to yell at Jason Herzog. Herb Dean, has demonstrated now for the past 6 years that he has, some serious issues with being too desensitized to the violence that is going on in the octagon. I think that's what it is. More so than anything, I think that he is hyper desensitized to violence to the point where he cannot differentiate whether somebody is in serious trouble or not. All right, here we go. Milos Janik taking on Noah Gugnon right here in the UFC Fight Night. So Victory says, I like the Walker calling out Herb Dean for taking Pereira's aura. Oh my God, man. You know what, man? That's kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, right? Like now you as a referee, if you got fighters that are calling you out to fight, you're doing something wrong or you piss them off. And that is, of course, not taking into consideration if, the referee, purposely went and said something, disparaging towards you, right? Yeah. Only time I've really seen anything like that was with Dominic Cruz and Keith Peterson. He said that Keith Peterson smelled like alcohol and cigarettes when he was in there. So I don't know. I mean, maybe he felt like, those elements may have impaired his, judgment calls to some degree. But yeah. All right. So we are on to the main card fight right now.
Last fight, Najee and Rodriguez is incredible as well. I can imagine something like that is on Netflix. You know how much that entertains people and kind of changes your career. But yeah, I talked about these ones a little. I mean, you gave the respect to Denise Spielholtz there, but holy crap, these odds, man. Dakota Decheva's minus 8,000. What is this? Minus 8,000 is insane for any MMA fight. Tell me why that's a ridiculous line for Denise. Well, I mean, first of all, it's an MMA fight. I was literally sat talking to Matt Serra last night. He's one of the people that upset the odds, like back in the day before, they really had as much traction and as attention. And I remember, I was paired with
He says, bushy eyebrows. And what is that in reference to? Was that in reference to someone in the crowd or? All right, here we go. Round number 1 between this lightweight bout right here. Oh, he's already shaking from that leg kick right there. It took one leg kick and he's already shaking. He says, that's so weird. I didn't type uh busy eye bushy eyebrow. That's so weird. I didn't type. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wow. He knocked him down already. He knocked him down already from that kick. He says, I didn't even type that. Oh, I don't know, man. You know, maybe the engine, you know, sort of interpreted it differently. All right, so Gugnon right on top, full mount. Now transitions to the back, looking for a rear naked choke. There's a good chance he may get this because his leg is compromised, right? And he needs to use his hip and his legs. And yeah, he tapped right there. He tapped. Wow, man. Yeah, man, they are booing. They boo every time one of their guys gets beat up. That's hilarious. That was great, man. There it is. Okay, Gugnon. Okay, that's. Oh, okay. He broke his foot while he threw the leg kick. Okay. Yeah, he was attempting a body kick. Okay, attempting a body kick and then hit his elbow. And yeah, those are the worst. When you hit an elbow, see, this is why, like when somebody's throwing a body kick at you, it's always good to, you know, kind of like, you know, have this right here, right? They kick and then boom, and yeah. Oh yeah, man, the whole crowd is booing at him and he's yelling in French, like frantically yelling in French, something, man. That's crazy work, man. All right, back to Dan Hardy. Let's hear what he has to say on the PFL MVP merger.
She's being put in that situation by a lot of people, and then when you see him face off, you know, the coaches.
He said, too bad he's French. I know, man. Hey, man, the French are coming up, man. You know, you got Cyril Gahn right there, Imavov, you know, a whole list of names. You know, Taylor Lopoulos, obviously, you know, big in the regional scenes. I don't know if he's back yet in the UFC. Let me see where Taylor Lopoulos is at right now. Is Taylor Lopoulos back in the UFC as a French mixed martial arts and boxer? Okay, so signed to the. Okay, so he's in the PFL. All right, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Taylor Lopoulos is in the PFL. Okay, makes sense. All right, back to Dan Hardy.
Huge for the weight, but Denise at close range. She's got excellent judo, like inside outside reach, control from side control, scarf hold position, back taking in scrambles. Like she could be a real test for Dakota because she's very good in the clinch at close range. And the other thing as well is like, you know, I'm sure she's 100% and feeling great, but there's always that little bit of hesitation when you're coming back from an injury of like how is this going to work out? Like, does it change Dakota's game in some way? Does she want to clinch more? Does she want to kick more? Like, I'm excited to see what Dakota looks like because I know she's been fiercely preparing to get back into competition and must be incredibly frustrated with the way that the last few months have played out. But I know Dakota's taking Denise very seriously because it is these
Gugnon,
type of
look.
fights where you You overlook the person.
Look at him. He's taunting the Serbian crowd. Let's hear what he has to say real quick.
This whole time, bust up the car. What's up, Belgrade? I shot you, Cobra. Yes, the game plan was make pressure and then some kind of kicks and that's what slag. Well, Luciano did that. You made short work of it. When he went down, you followed him down and you got the rear naked choke.
Yeah, when he went down, you know what? I think as soon as he felt that pain, he was like, I don't want this anymore, and just gave up the rear naked choke. Look at this. There was barely any hand fighting going on there. It was like, you know what? I'm going to go to sleep, man. I'm just going to let him put me to sleep. Kind of like Conor McGregor and Khabib type of situation in the 4th round.
I won't stay active with the UFC. I won't fight fast as possible. Quit my job, make money with UFC, and have a good life with my sport. All right, well, congratulations on a successful debut. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Noah Guns Gugnon.
Noah Guns Gugnon. What a French name. Noah Guns Gugnon. Bonjour, Noah Guns Gugnon. Oh, Gugnon. It's pronounced Gouillon. It's not Gouillon. You know, Michael Bisping pronounces it like an uneducated, you know, in British American. Gouillon. It's Gouillon. 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 Say it with me. Gouillon. It's not Gougon. It's Gouillon. Bob March. Oh, wow. Serbian leech. Okay, I guess he was basketball. Yeah, basketball is big in Serbia. That's right. Okay. ID with a coffee emoji. Yes, yes, coffee emoji. Well, I just finished my coffee actually, so yeah. He says, nice photos in the back. Yes, thank you, my man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, indeed. All right, UFC BJJ. All right, cool. Oh man, yo, combat sports is so hyper. It is so hyper saturated right now. Like you got RAF. It's a good problem to have if you really love all of these combat sports, right? Uh, oh, that's nice, man. They got a basketball jersey with UFC Serbia on it. That's kind of nice, bro. You know what I mean? That is kind of nice. It's like a basketball jersey. Obviously, basketball is like a big thing in their country. So yeah. Greg Jackson, the guy who decided he did not want to go to the White House. Can you believe that, bro? Like, that is unbelievable, bro. He's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, man. You know, but Greg Jackson, you know, great American. You know, Greg Jackson is a great American nonetheless. So
Well, let's hope so. But you know, we've got to respect his power. He's a big puncher. He comes with a lot of energy
mm.
and a lot of heart, and it's in his backyard, so there'll be a lot of pressure on him. Yeah, we expect him to come out like a bull, and we'll see how it goes. We're expecting madness at middleweight. It's coming your way next from beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. Don't go anywhere.
All right, man. Belgrade, Serbia. Cepo versus Urbina coming up next. Okay, so 3 hours and 26 minutes. All right. This is going to be fight number 10. So fight number 10 it is right here. Yeah, they're like, going down on the cards, man. No Diddy. But yeah. All right, let's go back to the Dan Hardy interview.
stumble, and then all of the hype that he's forcing those odds into such a ridiculous place all comes crashing down around you. And people get dismissed very quickly in this sport. You know, one loss to a person that you shouldn't have lost to, and you know, that's it. I mean, imagine if like GSP had lost to me, like it would have completely changed like his career and everything. That would have been twice it would have happened. Matt Serra took the belt off him once, and you know what I mean. It's like you don't want to be put in those situations where you're fighting someone that's such an underdog that you're just expected to win. So it's a
That's a good point that Dan Hardy is making right now, right? So that kind of relates to tonight's main event, right? How is that main event going to unfold, considering that Daniel Rodriguez is the underdog, and you have this man right here. What's his name? You got Bordas Medic as the favorite. You know what I mean? Like that's yeah. And he's expected to win because it's his home country. There's a lot of pressure behind him. Rodriguez, believe it or not, he's just like, yeah, you know what, man, I'm here. I'm here to fight. I'm here to scrap. I'm glad that I got out of prison, and that's really all there is to it. So what is this? The Mackenzie Dern promo they got going on here. What is this? Oh, okay. All right. All right. Let's go back to the Dan Hardy stuff.
so strange circumstance. And I feel for both of the ladies. I don't think it's an easy situation for either of them. But you know, I know for a fact that Liz Carmouche is watching this one, and she's rooting for Dakota to win because that's the fight that she wants. And I think as long as Dakota comes through this one healthy and she's successful, that it seems like that's going to be the flyweight title on the line for that. I can't see any other way it would play out.
A whole Saturday of baking in one bag. The rustic oven, the bread you make if you make bread.
Check this out. This is how I can afford this Jeep Wrangler. I was paying $243 for my brand new Jeep for insurance coverage. You can see the breakdown right here. And now
Yeah, agreed. We got to get to that one, so we'll see if she can hold up to the odds. As far as the main event here, you mentioned Archie looked good on the scale when you saw him a bit ago. Any other takeaways from the weigh-ins? How do you think Usman looked?
I mean, Usman was one of the later ones to weigh in, but then he always is. He to me seems like one of the fighters that kind of leaves it a little bit later, so he's not like dehydrated for a long period of time. I think Archie has just worked so hard during this camp that like the weight's kind of fallen off him. He said, I mean, he got himself set up in an Airbnb nearby, and he's got a hot tub in there. And he said, last night I just sat in the hot tub for a bit, and the sweat just came pouring off me. And what was nice is the thing that he said to me today after the weigh-ins. He said, "My body knows what's coming. My body knows that I need to be prepared for what's going to happen tomorrow." And it's almost like he feels like his body and his mind are in sync, and he's found that through this wake up process. And it's going to be a push. It's going to be 5 rounds. It's going to be really interesting to see how that changes Archie's game because he's way more power based than Usman is. But that's also a big test for Archie is how can he match that that steady trickling pace that Usman's got, where he hits you 15 times a minute and you don't notice most of it because you can't get close to it. That's how the rounds were slipping through Paul Hughes' hands. He was landing the occasional good shot, but then in between those occasional good shots, Usman was kicking him 10 times. And Archie's not only got to deal with that, but he's got to get inside and try and apply his wrestling game. And
all right, well, we obviously saw what happened with the Usman fight. Let me watch the duration of this right here. They're showing this highlights on ESPN right here. The Usman fight yesterday.
Usman down to one knee. Not sure if it was a slip or something Archie Hogan did towards that.
All right, good kick by Usman. Oh, nice head kick. Oh! Yeah, Usman's going to finish him right here. Oh, good uppercut. Wow, that's like a Conor McGregor, Marcus Brimage uppercut right there. First round knockout. He's doing this, like telling everybody to be quiet. Yeah, man. All right, back to the UFC. All right, so okay, back to Dan Hardy. What he's talking about here.
Usman's a fantastic counter wrestler with good subs. Like this is one of the most exciting fights to the.
Dan DeBigo says 2 weeks ago the House passed a bill that greenlit the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. Okay, the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. Every Republican except voted for it, except Massey. U.S. created the attack on Spain on Europe. You know what? And that's probably a punishment from them supporting Palestine, perhaps, right?
I can't wait for it. I just think Archie, even though he's not got the same kind of experience as Usman as a pro, his wrestling credentials and the room that he's training in with the guys that are around him, I just think he feels like he's a championship level fighter already, and that's certainly the way that he's talking.
Yeah, he seems very confident. Yeah, definitely a special title fight. I believe that's 34-0 combined, the highest record for a title fight in terms of undefeated matchup ever in PFL. So that's history attached to this one. I know you're calling the fight, so you can't make.
And he did him in round 1.
Predictions or anything like that, but what would be, I guess, the most intriguing result here is seeing Usman continue this incredible run, seeing what more he can do with it, if they can keep him around, or title changes always shake up the division and bring something new, and maybe Usman wants to stick around for a rematch and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that would be the most intriguing outcome. Obviously, would be for a Colgan win, and I do certainly think that would make Usman want to stick around and get that rematch. I mean, Colgan was saying that he really wants to make sure this fight.
Yeah, just trying to stand in between. Because I don't know, man, you can't just be sitting on your thing all day, right? It's not good. It's like when I'm in a plane, I always do that, right? I'm always standing, I'm always walking around the plane and stuff like that. Scandabigo says Usman was good yesterday, also excellent on the mic post-fight interviews. Yeah, let's go to that. Let's go to that. The post-mic interview with wow, what is this? A face-off between Raleigh and Teofimo Lopez. Okay. All right, let's hear what Jake Paul had to say about this.
It's a great night of fights here on Long Island tonight. New York is buzzing. The whole MMA world is buzzing, though, because of yesterday's big announcement of an MVP PFL merger.
The company that broke every viewership record.
All right, so
the original industry disruptor to change combat sports forever. Over 400 fighters across boxing and MMA, and the most powerful content engine in sports. Welcome to the future.
The most powerful content engine in sports, they said.
That was the announcement, and this, the reaction to the announcement. The sports world talking, the entertainment world talking, the whole world talking about the merger. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, the CEO, John Martin, the co-founders of MVP, Jake Paul and Nikisa Badarian. First of all, Jake, welcome to the family. Excited to have.
Mbop says Agit Kabayel is now world champion in heavyweight boxing. Okay, what about that? Let's see what we are talking about with that one. I believe he was handed a belt. Agit Kabayel. Let's see what is the haps on that. Agit Kabayel. Okay, WBA heavyweight champion. Okay, OnlyFan ads on the canvas. Usman can't resign. Haram. I mean, dude, honestly, all of it is haram. I mean, the UFC has Bud Light. Look, when Dustin Poirier got dropped from Bud Light as sponsorship, I was like, great. I'm like, why would you want to be sponsored by something that's haram anyway? I know Dustin is not a Muslim or anything like that, but yeah, you know. Um, yeah, what are you talking about? Are you saying that he's a world champion, Mbop? Is that in regards to them handing him a belt? Elaborate for me on that a little bit.
Have you in the PFL and MVP MMA, and of course, excited for you.
All right, we'll go back to that. The next fight is coming up right now, so here we go. All right, good pacing. At least they went straight to the next fight afterwards. Wow, his nickname is El Chapo. There it is, Mark Goddard, the most trusted referee in the game right now, more so than Herb Dean, as you would imagine. All right, good scrap going on right now so far. Man, you got, Cepo, man. I can see why they call him El Chapo. Look at this, man. Firing off some AK shots at him right now. Oh my goodness! And then he gets countered by Urbina. Urbina counters him. Scanabigo says Usman said Jake Paul is not a fighter. Funny, honest guy. Yeah. Well, he's not a fighter, but he is a promoter and he is his boss now. So, all right, Mark Goddard warning him to fight back. That's it, man. That is it. Finish. Urbina gets first round. A lot of first round finishes, man. Yeah, a lot of first round finishes, bro. Yeah, you know what? Cepo rocked him, but then it was Urbina that got the finish. Great way to begin the main card for sure. Yeah, he didn't focus on the defense on that one. He just came in there and tried to swing for the fences. Jeez. All right, back to Dan Hardy.
Before Usman had the opportunity to move on, he didn't want to win this belt from a vacant position. He's more interested in beating Usman than winning the belt. The belt's like, he said that's the hug at the end of it. Right? He was very, very philosophical this morning. He had a few good lines. But that was a really interesting perspective. It's more about beating Usman, beating the Nurmagomedov name than winning the title or anything like that. He feels like that's the validation factor.
Victory says he said that in his post fight interview. Let me see if I can pull that up right here. Okay, right here. This is right here.
Leonardo da Vinci was a great inventor.
We're gonna play it right now. Let's hear what he said here.
Ladies and okay.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner. Okay, congrats for MVP and PFL, yeah? Yes, this is first of all.
What about the bonus, brother? First round, knockout.
Here's what we say. Next fight, we're watching. Everyone tune in. Next fight, if you get a knockout, I buy you a car.
Brother, let's talk about today because we don't know what's gonna tomorrow.
But we want the future. Come on.
He says, if you get a knockout in your next fight, I'm buying you a car. He's like, well, what about today? Because he's on his way out to the UFC. That's why. Usman is like, give me the cheese, and then I'm up out of here. Okay, like that's why. And then Jake Paul, the consummate businessman that he is. No, no, no. You want some bonuses. I'm gonna incentivize you. Okay, you pull up next fight. And he says, brother, we don't know, brother. I want to sign with UFC. It's good, your money good, but UFC legacy, brother. We don't fight for money, we fight for legacy. So here's the thing, right? If Usman or Magomedov came from a camp or was the type of fighter that was not about legacy and was just about the money, rest assured, yeah, he would absolutely re-sign with PFL, but that's not the case here. So
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Hey, you might get the bonus. Come on.
Okay, thank you.
Usman, I've got to ask you, how do you keep improving?
he said, you might get the bonus. He said, okay, thank you.
That was, again, a level up above your performance previously. You get better every single time.
Discipline and hard sparring with a double UFC champion legend Islam Makhachev. That's how you can improve.
Well, talk to me about your team. You've got such a good team of fighters, guys that have retired, that were champion, guys that are coming up underneath you, that are challenging you. How special is your team?
This is all success from God, all success from Allah.
There it is, man. I like hearing that. He says, all success from Allah.
We trust it and we believe in this. And we're doing our job at the gym. Like I said, I train it so hard. I push myself like nobody in the world 155. Only one guy, Islam Makhachev. He pushed more than me, but I'm trying to follow him. That's why a good result is coming.
Take me through these replays. Talk me through this. I mean, it was so accurate, the striking.
We're watching the post fight of Usman, a fight who happened yesterday, and Urbina just had a first round knockout right now. And
Serbia. Much love, Serbia. You guys treat me good. I throw up the eagle for you guys. Just like Mexico. The eagle will eat the snake, baby.
he said the eagle will eat the snake. There it is. He's talking about eagle eating snakes. All right, let's go back to the Jake Paul interview. Or I'm sorry, the Usman interview.
Legs away.
Honestly,
You think you can do better, Jake? What do you say?
honestly, I'm impressed, and yeah, like this is what makes it different. This is why we're invested in this whole
They're booing Jake Paul, right? Because he's trying to like steal Usman's moment.
team. This is why we love this sport. This is why we're backing in. This is why we're here tonight. I love the
Man, Jake Paul is really trying hard to like try to keep him in the PFL.
booze. I love the hate. It fuels everything that we're doing. This is the guy. Everyone can be mad at me. It's so funny. Like, this shit is so funny to me. This is the guy. This is the center of attention. Everyone's mad at me. They can boo me. But look at this guy. Look at what he's doing. Channel this energy. Channel this hate into what he's doing. We're backing in. PFL just turned into MVP. This guy is on a different platform. He's the best in the fucking world. He's the best in the world. Justin Gaethje's over there. Honestly, I think he would make light work of Gaethje. So I love you, Justin. But
I agree with him on that. He said he would make light work of Justin Gaethje. I absolutely agree with him, bro. I absolutely agree with him, and I know that sounds biased, but Jake is right. He says I can't stand Jake. Really though, man. You know what? I thought you would be happy for him, right? Him being a fellow Ohio boy, right? But I guess at a certain point, right? You're no longer like for example, obviously I'm a Jersey guy, but You know, I haven't lived in Jersey in years. You know what I mean? I'm more of a West Coast guy more than anything now. So I think maybe Jake has sort of transitioned into, you know, this guy who's, you know, a California, LA guy slash having a house in Puerto Rico. Scanabigo says, did you see Paulo Costa posting an entire Adolf speech? No, I didn't see that. That's crazy, man. Did he get banned for it? I would imagine not, depending on what platform it was, right?
Usman, talk to me about what comes next for you.
We'll see.
Just engage.
We'll see what's going on.
On X, okay.
And MVP, they always talk trash talk a little bit about Dana. He doesn't pay. Now we're gonna see how they wanna pay.
That's my favorite part. Yo, I love this, what Usman was doing. You know what Usman was doing? He was bidding for these two companies to go after him in this interview. That's what he was doing. He says, yeah, everybody talk trash about Dana doesn't pay. You know what, man? You know, they may just roll out the bank on this kid. You know, they may just do that. They may like, you know what? We're gonna give you, you know, a multi-million-dollar contract, and we're gonna beat what, you know, Jake Paul wants to offer you. Victory says Adolf was actually trying to stop all of the BS that was going on. Now he warned against most of it. Man, you know, very controversial take, obviously, but you know, there's. I'm gonna just say this, right? There's a reason why the Arab world was affiliated with who they were affiliated with during World War II. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. The undisputed, undefeated, lightweight champion of the world, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Click below to subscribe.
All right. So
Next step in the MMA world. Tell us how it feels to now be partnered up with the PFL in this great roster.
Yeah, no, the excitement is real. Everyone loves it, and the MMA community is super excited. All the fighters are excited. I feel like everyone working for us has just amplified their energy. They see what we're building here, the product that's going to continue to evolve into the, one of the best combat sports organizations that's ever lived, and just happy to be a part of it. And I'm going to continue to fight. I'm going to get into MMA. Nate Diaz, your son, signed a contract. He's been ducking for a while, actually. You know me, I'll fight anybody. I'll fight Joshua. I'll fight Fury. I'll fight whoever, whenever. So Nate Diaz has been ducking. But yeah, it's time to sign the contract. We did this merger. Everything's good. Everything's golden.
Well, I think you just answered the question, because a lot of people, when this announcement came, said, does that mean Jake Paul is not only going to promote, but is he going to fight in mixed martial arts? You want Diaz? You'll take on anybody. Jake, the question is why? I mean, why take on a challenge like that? What is it that drives you to
personally, I don't think he's going to go and fight Diaz, not on his part, but on the part of Nate Diaz. Look, how embarrassing would it be for Nate Diaz if he was to lose to Jake Paul? And that's not unusual for him to do that. It's not like Nate Diaz has some sort of like wrestling prowess that's going to somehow dominate Jake. Maybe the jujitsu aspect of it, if Jake was to, you know, follow him to the ground. But on the stand up level of things, man, I think Jake is a better boxer than Nate Diaz. And Nate Diaz doesn't even have any good kicks to begin with, right? Yo, in the MVP fight with Mike Perry, he was doing this. He was like holding on to the wall. Okay. He was holding on to the wall and then like throwing a kick like this while he was holding on to a wall, like a beginner. This is what beginners do when they're trying to like throw kicks or whatever, or when you're in like Taekwondo school, you know, they're telling you to like hold on to a wall and then kick something. Like it just looked so amateurish, right? Like I couldn't believe how horrible he looked. Victory says he would probably lose at this point. Right. And that is all indicative of the Mike Perry fight. Scandavigo says Adolf will never fight Diaz? You mean Jake? You're calling Jake Adolf now? Bro, that's crazy, bro.
to go into something? I mean, boxing, as hard as that is, MMA, I think even tougher. You don't need to do it. What motivates you to do it?
Adolf would like Jake though. I mean, you know, obviously he's blonde, blue-eyed, you know, and all of that. He's like the quintessential Aryan that, you know, that he would be looking for, you know. But yeah. It's funny you made that
The
mistake.
greats, like the question why doesn't even come up. It's like following your destiny and like soul and just who I am. And
All right, guys, fight number 11 is coming up right now, and I believe that fight is going to be Dusko versus Valentin. So we're moving on up on the main cards right now. And then after this fight, it's going to be some very well known name guys, and obviously the main event, of course.
Um, to me, it's just like the next step. It's something that's fun. I have a wrestling background. I love proving people wrong. I love shaking things up, disrupting. That's what we continue to do. That's why we're here today. So I want to prove to the world that when they doubt me, I'm going to continue to rise against it.
By the way, Mobland is being featured right now on the commercial. They're gonna have Patty Pimlet on Mobland, by the way.
Inspire the next generation of kids, right? These kids are out here. Half the crowd is saying Jake Paul, but the reason they're here is because of me. So it's like, hey, what are we doing here? I want to inspire the next generation. I want to show the kids what's possible, and that's what it's all about.
John, I've got to ask you, what do you think, from your perspective, a Jake Paul MMA fight looks like under this massive MVP banner?
This is huge. I mean, look, it's one of the reasons why I was so excited to be able to merge the PFL with MVP is because you've got Jake, who's a one-of-a-kind athlete, content creator, now significant owner of the new merged company, and Nikisa, everything that he's been doing and the vision that they've had from disruption, standing up for the fighters, really promoting women at a level that we haven't seen in the sport either. So I'm thrilled, ready to go. I want to point out, Nikisa the Derek, everyone is rising to the occasion. They know it's time to step it up now that MVP is involved. The live music walkout for Mustafa Diakate, this is a different level. This is what it's all about. It's about entertaining an audience, driving engagement, and keeping the attention. So everything that results in that is the way to ensure that you continue to grow your brand. And that's what we say to every fighter, and that's what MVP is all about. MVP MMA, PFL MMA, the world of MMA on the rise because of the involvement of these individuals, the ideas of that man right there, and a merger that created a new MMA.
Scandibigo says, without U.S. energy companies, Germany would never be able to start the war. Wow. Okay.
Global powerhouse that the fighters, like this man, are excited to be a part of, Dan Hardy.
So this is great. I love this. And you guys must look through combat sports and see lots of different types of stars. Like, how do you capitalize on a star like this that's making his PFL debut in the future?
Gotta win. I mean, like, the reason I'm here today is because I knocked a lot of people out and went viral. So, like, all this stuff is cool. We love it, but he's got to honestly knock people out. And so that's what it's about. And, yeah, we'll continue to capitalize on.
Scandibigo says, who benefited the most after the war? The U.S. Correct, man. After that, it was an explosive boom for the United States at that point.
All the people who continue to have breakout performances. But I mean, this guy is locked in. I'm loving this as well. And so if he can pull off the knockout,
All right, Dusko walking out into the cage right now.
he becomes a star. People forget I walked out to the basketball song to fight Nate Robinson. We play basketball. We love that basketball. And then I knocked him out. So he's alley-ooping himself here. And if he can slam dunk it, this guy's going to gain hella followers. So, yeah, this is what it's all about. And, yeah, we're just here happy with this partnership, happy to be a part of this entertainment. And it's a beautiful night.
And this is what you've always done. You've always set the stage so big for yourself. Always seemed like you've bitten off so much more than you could chew and then risen to the occasion. Like, how do you find that within yourself to keep doing it over and over again?
Yeah, I think it's just like hard work and honestly like teamwork. To be honest, like I wouldn't be here without Nikisa. Now we partner with John, one of the greatest CEOs, in entertainment. Period. So it's just teamwork. I do my part. Gus is over there. Ozzy's over there. My assistant Dylan's running around.
He says, Scandabigo says, Dan Hardy is good. Indeed, he is. Yup.
It's a testament to everybody, and we're really a family, and nothing beats family. So we're here to take over, and it's just like a really special moment for MMA that people will remember and look back on and be like, damn, they weren't just talking about it. They really did it.
That was the day that things changed.
That is a big arena. Yes. Yes, it is, man. Yo, and you know what? The crowd turnout was huge, bro. This was way bigger than Abu Dhabi, in my opinion. You know, a much bigger turnout. All right, here we go. Dusko versus Valentin. Oh, nice push kick. Pushes it back straight away. Nice high kick right there. Misses. Front kick again. He's got the snap down. Okay, he's got the guillotine, standing guillotine. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, they fall to the ground after that guillotine, and now they're back on the ground right now. Man, 4 more fights, man. The whole crowd's yelling for Dusko. All right, maintaining control on towards the cage right now, pushing Dusko. Dusko's trying to shoot in right here as he's being pressed up against the cage. 308, 307, 306 of the first round. Okay, he gets a takedown of his own right now. Looking for a Von Flue choke. Scandabigo says this card looks like the good old days. No fruitcakes. What do you mean by that? Elaborate for me on that if you can, please. Yeah, elaborate for me on that just so I understand what you mean. Oh man, reverses. Oh, what is this? All right, so still maintaining top control position is Valentin right now. All right, reverses. Oh, and then he gets a guillotine choke on him from that scrambling exchanges. He taps. He absolutely taps right there. He literally tapped 4 hours into this live stream right now. Wow, man. Man, they just tied in the modern era for all first round finishes, by the way.
Let's take a look at this action here from Valentin. Crazy scrambles back and forth. Guys reversing positions, but ultimately leaves his neck out too long in front of Robert Valentin. He snatches that up. No arm guillotine. It's tight, and he's forced to tap. You can see just the angle that that neck is at. There is no oxygen.
Wow, man. Amazing. He says, here we go. Rakic, big ass up next. Yup. Yup. Rakic in his heavyweight debut, man. I'm really curious to see how he performs in in the heavyweight division. Man, good fight, man. That was a good fight. Good fight. You could have gone either way. Here's the thing with the UFC, man. These fights could go either way, man, especially at the highest level that these guys are at right now. All right, back to Dan Hardy.
And we just saw it with Johnny Evans, didn't we? He was undefeated for how many fights, and then Costello was able to get the belt out of his hands, and now Johnny Evans re-signed his contract, and he's focused on Costello again, trying to get his belt back. Like it's difficult to move on and go somewhere else if you've got that lingering loss, and I certainly think Colgan wants to hand that to him to try and keep Usman over here as well, and keep this division active. But I also don't necessarily get the feeling that Usman's ready to move on just yet. I think he feels quite comfortable here, and with the new news of MVP, that changes things again for Usman, because that's international exposure on another level.
Want to lose weight without losing muscle? Factor got me there. I was tired of all the cutting and bulking.
Yeah, and Ali Abdelaziz's manager had told me previously, when this topic came up, that he's not taking a pay cut to go over to the UFC. So they either got to treat him right, as you alluded to earlier, or he'll probably stick around. So we'll see. Two other things I want to ask you about again before I let you go. In one of these press releases that came out about this merger, there's a quote from Jake Paul where he says, "I am very much looking forward to helping promote this sport, build this brand, and then eventually fight MMA for MVP." Do you think under this new structure we finally get the long teased MMA debut of Jake Paul? And if it does happen, who's the opponent that it needs to be? It feels like Francis Ngannou, Nate Diaz. Those are the two that feel right there if you're being an MMA person who has that background. Yeah, look, I mean, I certainly hope that he does fight. I mean, in all of the meetings that I've been in about this, the conversation has been around, at some point Jake's going to fight in MMA. We know that you wanted Nate Diaz. I don't think for any amount of money Nate is going to take that fight, because call me crazy. I've said this before. I've been called crazy. It's a losable fight for Nate Diaz. People think I am crazy when I say that, but I had my hand on the canvas when.
I don't think that's crazy at all. I honestly think that he could beat Nate Diaz. Let's hear what Valentin's talking about briefly here.
And one thing, guys, why I bring Dusko here, look at this guy next to me. Please translate in Serbian. Look at this guy next to me. We're basically the same guy. We would be brothers. But today, unfortunately, we both have to fight, because that's how we make a living. That's the job we chose. And I want to say, Serbia, you guys fucking rock. You're a fucking warrior country. And I'm honored to fight here, and honored to fight such a guy like Dusko. They understood that. And one more thing, guys. When I do this, I know you like it, but guess what? Today, 1st of August, is Swiss National Day, and this in Switzerland is the sign for our country.
He's doing this.
You're the best one of your career, Robert Valentin.
Okay, so good. Very classy of him to bring up Dusko there. Very interesting. He says, "Hey, look at us. We're brothers. But today, we had to fight each other because it's what we do for a living." And then there's Valentin, obviously being coached by Dewey Cooper and Volkan Oezdemir. There's Giga Chikadze. There's Gilbert Burns. Okay. All right. Back to Dan Hardy.
When Nate and Jake boxed. And
But
not
yeah,
saying
I believe. I obviously I believe in the same things that Dan Hardy does, right? Like, I don't think that's a winnable fight for Nate Diaz, right? I think that's a great matchup for Jake Paul, right? What a great way to make an MMA debut, doing it against Nate Diaz and then beating his ass. You know what I mean? For your first win, you can't get any better than that.
single thing that Nate threw at Jake hurt it. Like Jake had power and speed, and Nate didn't have any. It was just like it was such a weird thing to watch close range. And the thing that the Diaz brothers always had was they would smack you around to the point where you would either wilt under the pressure and collapse, or you would level change into a sub attack. I don't know if he has the boxing power to be able to put Jake in a position where he's going to level change into a ground game. And I certainly don't think he has the power to hurt Jake. He would have to go for volume. And with the damage that Nate's got now, I just don't think he'd be able to withstand too many punches from Jake with MMA gloves on. Like the thing that makes sense for me, and this is me as Dan Hardy talking, nothing to do with PFL-MVP. Like we've got
Scandinavigo says, can Jake really fight again? I don't think so. Depends on the matchup. Yeah, he can take this one. Okay, they're showing the highlights of Ian Gary. Man, listen, if Ian Gary would just shut up, bro, listen, look at the highlights on Ian Gary right now. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the dude is just better off shutting up, right? Instead of like talking about how the world would be better off. Yeah, dude, just fight, right? I'm not the type of person that says, just shut up and dribble, but for Ian Gary, it's shut up and fight for real. He says AJ broke his face. I mean, because it's AJ for crying out loud, right?
Perry Dylan Dennis coming up. If Dylan Dennis makes it to the cage, I would imagine Mike Perry's going to butcher him. And I think Mike Perry's the right fight for Jake Paul in MMA. Like that makes all the sense to me.
Right.
He's an animal. He'll fight you in any rule set. You know he doesn't want to grapple with you, so Jake doesn't really have to worry about that. And Jake's not going to have to go looking for him in the cage. But the other thing as well, and Mike Perry might disagree with me on this, but he doesn't punch like Ngannou. And I don't know if Jake Paul jaw can take a punch from Ngannou, especially after what happened in his last fight. I think Jake needs to recognise that he's probably a small light heavyweight or a big middleweight and needs to be matched accordingly, because I think Ngannou would blast him into another dimension. But we do have some heavyweights that we can put up against Ngannou, so there are matchups for him as well.
Yeah, well said. And lastly, not
Scandinavigo says Ian's voice is horrible. He's a Karen.
on PFL topic here, but I love your mind for the game, and I think the big title fight on the UFC side next month is Islam Makhachev versus Ian Machado Gary. How do you think this one goes? I'd love your insights, because this is a very fascinating fight in my opinion.
It's really interesting, and like Ian Gary's a very difficult person to get close to, and that's going to be the interesting challenge for Makhachev. I mean, I think, to be honest, it could be a rough couple of rounds for Islam trying to get close to him. I think he's going to get his lead leg kicked up. I think he's going to get kicked in the midsection a lot. And I think Ian Gary's going to do his best to disengage and keep making space from the cage for himself to move into. I do think eventually Islam is going to close him down, though. I think he'll get impatient. And I think that's what will eventually pull the trigger. But I think once Islam closes him down and gets his hands on him, I think we'll see him kind of do what he does to everybody else. I think Ian Gary's going to have a decent ability to defend the takedown for a short period of time, but ultimately Islam will get into the floor. He's going to beat him up. And then I don't know if the fight in Ian Gary is there once he gets into those deeper waters. I think he likes the pretty fighting where he's at a distance and he's not really getting hit too much. And I think if Islam can put him in some uncomfortable positions, certainly from the third round onwards, I think we start to see Ian Gary look a little bit out of shape. I remember calling a few of his fights back on Cage Warriors, and he's very, very good at being the hammer. But as soon as the fight starts to go in the opposite direction, that's when he starts to come out of shape. And you know, maybe that's something that he's fixed in recent years, but I don't know. His interviews never give me confidence. I will say that. Yes, but I think many of us agree. Okay, Dan, before I get you out of here, just how important is tomorrow night to the PFL? You know, I want to talk about the position.
He said, I don't really feel too comfortable about his interviews. Yeah, man. I know what you mean by that, Dan Hardy. All right, man. On to the next fight coming up right now.
Well, earlier tonight, Bogdan Grad had a big submission win, and that is his wife greeting him. But how cool a visual, man, right? To see him
Look at
go
this,
into the
Bogdan
crowd.
Grad from earlier.
Feel some of that love from the Serbian fans here in attendance.
That's amazing. It reminds me of my UFC debut in UFC 66. I think no one cared.
Oh my God, man. Michael Bisping trying to make it about himself again. Of course. Of course, Michael Bisping had to do that. All right, man. So, next up right now.
His UFC career got off to a fast and furious 6-1 start, but after some tough sledding of late against the division's elite, Rocket has hit the reset button and moved up to the land of the big man to face the number 13
Okay.
contender and 14-time UFC winner, Poland's Marcin Tybura. He has faced most of the best heavyweights of his era, and at 40 years old,
Okay,
young contenders with his mix of savvy and skill.
Dan. We need more commentating, man. Well, listen, this is like a 4 or 5 hour stream. You know, you can't expect me to be like, full blast, every second. You know, I gotta pace myself too. You know what I mean? Scandabigo says we need more commenting. Did Islam create Islam? Obviously not. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. So let's see here. We're almost there to the next fight. Okay, so 4 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, now this is fight number 11. Rakic versus Tybura. There it is, man. We got the next fights coming up right now. All right. Let's see here.
It's ESPN. It's prime time. It's two of the greatest fighters on the roster: Usman Nurmagomedov and Dakota Tcheva. People like the two best fights.
Oh, that's right. Dakota Tcheva was in that as well.
Like, what can this do if this turns out to be a great night on the heel of this, major news, all that stuff? I mean, I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I think we've had great headlines today. We've had a lot of social media traction, a lot of interest from media that maybe weren't paying as much attention to this event. Now realize this event is the beginning of something different, and I think the card's built ready for that. You know, we've got great champions, we've got undefeated fighters, we've got prospects on the card, undefeated. I mean, Amru Magomedov is a monster. Right down the bottom of the card is a kid called Levan. I've been watching him training at Longo's gym this week. Like, he's like 6'2" as a lightweight. Another young prospect. No one wants to fight him. He's going to be murdering people. It's a really good card, top to bottom. And I think, off the back of this social media rub that we've got from this new news, it's going to be the most watched and the most paid attention to PFL card probably in our history.
Scandabigo says the MVP PFL merger plus Netflix can compete with the UFC gimmick fights and real fights. Yeah, they're not. That's all it is, right? They are building a roster, but the UFC is the UFC, man. It is, a recognized name brand around the world.
All of them, and I think rightly so. And I think now we're moving in the right direction. I think each fight's going to start gaining more traction. We've been talking about Cyborg and it's the last fight on a PFL contract, maybe her last MMA fight, blah blah blah. I don't think she's going anywhere now. I think she might be sticking around. She's out there tweeting up a storm towards Ronda Rousey as we speak here, and I don't think.
He says, "I thought Dakota was Patty yesterday." Oh, stop it.
Ronda Rousey's going to come back for the Cyborg fight. Let me tell you that. I don't think Gina Carano's going to want that fight. I certainly don't think Clarissa Shields wants that fight in MMA. She's taking in boxing, but man, so that all of a sudden the landscape's changed and everyone's got to rethink their direction.
This is exciting.
Awesome. Well, I'm very happy for you and everyone else over there, Dan. And
All right, let's hear what Chael Sonnen had to say about the PFL here. He's got some interesting takes on this one right
This
here.
might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef made, because it is. This is Cook Unity, and if you're some,
The PFL is putting on awesome fights that nobody's watching. That was a headline put out by MMA Mania. And I felt compelled to...
We got the Rakic fight going on right now, guys. They're showing the previews. Yes, heavyweight debut for Rakic taking on Tybura.
Respond. In fact, I did respond to it. I didn't respond to argue with them. I wanted to have like a intellectualized conversation as to why do you think that is? And there has been a lot of mistakes that have come and gone with certain MMA promotions in America that I could put my finger on. And I can tell you right off the bat, hey, this isn't going to work. But when you look at the PFL, MMA Mania made a very good point. Like, the production is awesome. The leadership is awesome. The fighters are awesome. The storylines are there. The title's there. They got money and they're treating everybody right. What is the miss? What's the miss? And it is so hard to break into this space. I could tell you stories you wouldn't believe it, but from announcers that have come. They just come with their little suit and get handed a microphone. They're just going to call the action. I could tell you horror stories that they went through.
He says, interesting. Can you impersonate the interesting guy? Who is that? Chael Sonnen? I don't know if I could emulate Chael Sonnen. I mean, me and Chael already sound alike anyway.
Threats that they have been through. Like, our community is very tough to break in. What could the announcer possibly do wrong? Anything. Anything where he steps out of line. He's an outsider. There's going to be a hazing period. He's got to step into the space. I asked MMA Mania. I don't know who the author of this was. It came up as MMA Mania, so I asked the Mania. In hindsight, do you think it would have been wise when PFL owned both PFL and Bellator, brand and name? As a matter of fact, they still own PFL and Bellator. I'm quite sure they still own World Series of Fighting, for that matter. In hindsight, would have it been a better decision to move on with it, but to move on with the Bellator name? Because Bellator was one thing that was accepted. And what is that answer? What do you do different? How do you get people to start tuning in? I mean, these are like $1 million questions. I will share for you. Scott Coker is about to answer all of those questions for you. He's coming back. He's going to come back in January of next year. And Scott Coker used to always say he's using old USC fighters. He's using name guys that are no longer in the octagon. And Scott Coker used to do that. But you want to know what else Scott Coker used to do? Big ratings. You want to know what else Scott Coker?
That's true. The Kimbo fight was one of the biggest ratings in terms of like Spike TV's history, right? It was a Kimbo Slice Bellator fight.
What used to do? Sell out Madison Square Garden. You want to know what else Scott Coker used to do? International business. So what is the miss? I'll tell you a story. I was back with something called the International Fight League.
All right, more on that in a little bit, but now back to the Tybura fight. So former M1 Global Champion, 2013 M1 Global Grand Prix Champion, second most control time in heavyweight history. Yeah, taking on Rakic. Here we go. All right, here is the Serbian man walking out right now. He did say to watch out for his entrance song, and here we are. Let's see what this is all about. Okay, there's Rakic coming out with the Serbian flag right now. Damn, for a little bit. Wow, he put on 35 pounds for this one, he said. It is an understatement. Locked in. All right. Question mark kick like Usman. No, I don't have room in here to do that. Plus, I have too many stuff around that I could accidentally kick.
We saw earlier tonight, somebody that wasn't a natural heavyweight, they looked completely undersized. And I feel like in this particular fight with Rakic, you're not going to necessarily see that. When you saw the way
Yeah, he doesn't look undersized in this fight at all, man. He looks, as big as, Myson Tybura, if not, more muscular at that.
heavyweights throughout his career. So I expect to see him use that speed, use his kicks, attack the legs, and keep this fight on the feet. Rakic sharing a moment there with his head coach, Milosevic.
All right, so here he is at the prep point right now. Next after this is the co-main event of the evening.
Last October, he did the whole entire training camp in Serbia. Previous camp for Goliath took place in the Bosnian mountains, and for much of Rakic's UFC career, he has lived this sort of Spartan life away from his daughters.
All right, Rakic has now entered the octagon. Yeah, at some point you got to move up a weight class, right? Those definitely take a toll. The weight cuts definitely do take a toll on you. All right, Marcin Tybura at 40-34. Alexander Rakic, 237. Okay, a very big 237, 6'4", 237 at that.
Highlight the weights as Rakic makes his divisional debut. Both fighters with an identical reach of 78 inches. All right, now for the introductions to this featured bout at heavyweight. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting.
All right, Myson Tybura is being announced right now.
27 wins, 11 losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 237.
The Polish man, right? Poland isn't too far away from where they're at, like literally in between Prague and and Serbia. Scandabigo says Ilya has to move down. His face looks like Nate's now. He will bleed every fight. For real. For real. But I think there's guys that he can beat at 155. But you one can argue he would probably be more dominant at 45, right? All right, here we go. All right, Kerry Hatley as the referee, round number 1. I'm going to predict first round knockout. Myson Tybura. I'm going to Myson Tybura on this one. Here we go, man. Okay, good low kick so far, starting off really fast as Myson Tybura's moving forward. Oh, calf kicks right there by Rakic. Okay, another calf kick by Rakic. Oh, good shot right there. Another good one. Oh, man, they're banging it out right here. They could... Oh, man. He's catching him on this one. All right, maybe I might change my pick. I don't know, man. Yeah, the Serbians had a few early wins tonight, but for the most part, man, there have been a lot of boos in the crowd because of the result. Not favorable towards their guy. Oh, body kick by Rakic. All right, so now they are starting to settle in the fight a little bit. He said you should commentate sports auctions or something. Use your voice, man. Thank you for that, man. All right, nice low kick by Meissen Tybura. A bit of a lazy low kick on that one. All right, good stance switching by Rakic. Uh, yeah, he throws very hard at heavyweight too, right? He's obviously showing some threats towards Meissen Tybura right there. Switching stances right here. Calf kick once again. Another kick by Meissen Tybura. Uh, Rakic circling around as Meissen Tybura was trying to chase him down there. Nice low kick by Rakic once again. Okay, good low kick by Rakic. Okay, good exchanges between them. mm. Oh, good leg kick by Rakic. Yeah, Rakic is slowing down now. Meissen Tybura, both of them are slowing down a little bit. All right, end of round one. Not a bad first round. Well, the last airbender. Okay, Avatar. The corner of Myson Tybura is telling him you need to fight your own fight. You know, obviously not allowing him to, you know, take control of the pace is what he's saying. Yeah, that is what it is. Yeah, he has to be first, right? He can't just let him, you know, work his rhythm. A good shot by Rakic right there. Okay, good body kick by Myson Tybura. Yeah, Michael Bisping dropping names right here with Rampage Jackson. Good jab by Rakic. Rakic, yeah, he should have followed up, man. Yeah, forget all that sportsman stuff, right? You know, if the referee ain't, you know, stop you, man, go at it, man.
I read tech for over 15 years, and this might be the smartest wallet I've ever used. So this is what most wallets.
Okay, nice front kicks by Rakic so far. Very good front kick. Myson Tybura now switching stances as well. Constant stance switching. Low kick by Rakic. 220, 219, 218. Oh, nice knee right up top. Yeah, they just tied the modern era record of you know, first round finishes. This might not go to a finish. I think at a certain point they're gonna, you know, look tired. You can tell when somebody can get a finish or not, right? Especially if you've been in there before and you can kind of just notice their breathing patterns. You know what somebody is capable of at a certain, you know, particular time. And I feel that the trajectory of this fight is going to go to a decision. 124, 122 left of the second round right now. Oh, nice head kick by Rakic. He caught him with that one. Myson Tybura caught him with those shots right there. Continuous stance switching by Myson Tybura. 40 seconds left in the second round. 39, 38, 37, 36. Significant strikes for Rakic, 29, for Rakic 17 in the first round, second round right now even at 14 with 25 seconds left. All right. Yeah, I'd say 2-0 for Rakic as well. I agree with John Anik on that one. Yeah, third and final round. And then on to the co-main event. He's asking for more shots. All right. Round number 3. Yeah, that's a good idea for Myson Tybura's corner to tell him that he's losing. Hmm. Good leg kick by Myson Tybura. Oh, nice. All right, throwing some good combinations here is Rakic. Okay, shooting in for a takedown right here. Now he's got him pushed up against the fence. Oh, good elbow from the corner right there. Yeah, man, Rakic is on his way to win this by flawless victory. Well, not flawless victory, but, flawless 3-round decision for sure. He said if you want Paul Felder to talk about you on TV, throw elbows. Ooh, good shots right there. All right, so now clinch in the cage right now. Myson Tybura has a wizard while Rakic has him in a dominant position, both swimming for positions right now. Is this the first 3 rounds that they've seen in the whole fight? Let me see here. Okay, at least within the main card, yeah. Everything has been first round finishes. The last decision of the night was the Nikolic Volkadin fight, the bantamweight fight. Usman and his corner stats yesterday are insane. 99-2. Yeah, man. Tornado kick. He said tornado kick. Are you asking me to do a tornado kick? All right, 48 seconds left into the fight right now. Yeah, trying to get this to the finish line. Good knee by Rakic. All right, what is this? They're saying break. He says yes. 3 tornado kicks. All right, 10 seconds into this fight. Yeah, Maisa Tybura has to try something here, but he's too exhausted. And this fight is going to end with a decision on the part of Rakic. So at least there's a Serbian tonight that had just won his fight right here. Yeah, off top, man. Yeah, he definitely won this fight. There is no doubt about it. He had more of the significant strikes, was more of the active fighter. And yeah, man, Rakic absolutely deserves the win on this one. So on to the co-main event on this one as Rakic takes decision victory on this one. All right. Okay, let's go back to what Chael is talking about here.
For a student of this sport, it is an absolute must to study the International Fight League. It is a must. And I was with those guys to a degree.
Dan DeBigo says, who can Rakic take in the top of the heavyweight division? How about him and Josh Hockett, right? Would it be too soon for him to fight Josh Hockett? Alexander Volkov, I'd love to see that. If you really want to fast track him, right? You know, if he can beat Volkov, then we're looking at a completely different heavyweight division. How about that, right? Yeah, I could name a few. How about this, man? How about Gable Stevenson and Rakic? Who's down for that? Gable Stevenson and Rakic. I'm not saying he can win, Rakic. In fact, I think he will lose, but it's a good, like, you know, up and coming matchup for Gable.
I was just an assistant coach. Matt Lindland headed up the Wolfpack. So we got all these Team Quest guys that are getting a fight. We did it under Wolfpack. Why we didn't do it under Team Quest, I don't have any idea. But this is what we did. We took it.
All right, let's hear what Rakic has to say now.
I'm here with the winner, Alexander Rakic. Alexander, how good does that feel to get a win over a ranked heavyweight in Serbia?
Let's hear his call out.
Man, everybody need to feel this happiness once in their lives, but not many of them can feel it. I'm so happy. Thank God, Jesus Christ. Slava Bogu za sve. I'm really happy. I've been preparing myself for a really long time. I had a hard time coming coming for 4 losses, fighting for my job here, especially with this crowd. I knew that I cannot lose.
Well, you looked really good at heavyweight. Martin Tybura is ranked number 13. You went the distance, you took the punches, you looked fast and quick. With him being ranked number 13, who do you want to face next?
Since I'm in the UFC, I say yes to every opponent Meek offers. So everybody who follows my career knows that I fought only the best of the best in the light heavyweight. This will not change. It's a new chapter for me. And what a beginning.
Well, congratulations.
Bylo viene! Ajmo! Moramo da im pokažemo zašto smo najluđi navijači. Ja ću reći Aleksandar. Vi ćete reći Rakic. Što jači? Aleksandar! 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 Živela Srbija, slava Bogu!
You win it, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, man. Yeah, he really knew how to work that Serbian crowd. He's like, Alexander, what's my last name? Rakic. All right, man. Okay, back to Chael Sonnen.
An actual team and then pretending to be this other thing. I was an assistant coach. And I remember walking into the building the first day, and they were a company that had gone public. And I was trying as sweetly as I knew how, just like as sweetly as I knew how to get information and not be the hated guy. But I had vocalized that never in history in North America has a ring worked. Not for MMA. I wasn't putting anybody down. I even remember to make this clear, I said even Pride, who many people said was the best promotion in the world, and it must have been real close. It was good enough that Dana White paid $70 million to buy them. So whether your Pride never dies or not, we at least have to admit that Pride had something very special. But Pride came to America one time. One time, and it didn't even sell out the venue. And they had everybody you could think of on the card. Dan Henderson fought Vandalay and Gomi.
Okay, that is crazy, right? He said that when they came to the United States, literally almost no one came. And this was in Las Vegas. This was a Pride fight in Vegas.
Fought Nick Diaz, just off the top of my head. And I'm telling you, they went out to Vegas. They played UNLV, and that's a big venue. That was a very big footprint. In fact, it was the biggest footprint in Las Vegas at that time. And they couldn't fill it out. And people are looking around and just go, well, people don't like MMA. They like UFC. And there was this whole narrative. And I was somewhere else. I was somewhere even a little bit more simplistic, which is the ring, the ropes in America is what we box in. It would be just as bizarre if we were holding wrestling matches in a cage or holding wrestling matches in a ring. Wrestling matches take place on Resolite. MMA is cage fighting. That takes place in a cage. Well, no, we don't think MMA is cage fighting. We think that it is mixed martial arts and you can do it in any platform that you want. And I'm just here to let you know that you're wrong.
Okay, now how crazy is this, right? Navajo Sterling is number 10. Robert Whitaker is number 11. And below him is Jan Blachowicz, former champion, Johnny Walker, Alonzo Minifield, and Mohammed Saidov. Interesting. Okay.
You're wrong. The cage has always been more spectacular. When Vince McMahon would hold a cage match, he would only do that on pay-per-view. You would never turn into Saturday morning wrestling and see the cage. The cage was something special. And I just share, like, there has been things over time, and there's been these misses. And the PFL is sitting on something really good. In fact, I don't know where I would criticize it. And it's got really good talent. To the point that when some of that talent becomes available, it gets absorbed. The UFC 135-pound champion right now, Caitlin Harrison, just for example. Johnny Eblin, by example, who's Sean Strickland, the UFC champion, will tell anybody that will listen is the best 85-pounder I've ever had to deal with. I'm just sharing, like, the talent is definitely there. Where is the miss? Is it right? Am I right? I remember when they got Bellator. Like, I remember when this whole thing happened. There's all sorts of rumors. They paid $200 million for Bellator, and there's just all sorts of things that came out. The CEO at that time was Don Davis. He went on Ariel's show, said, "Hey, that's actually factually incorrect. We didn't pay $1 for Bellator. We absorbed it, and they got shares." I mean, I just
Scanabigo, I think he's actually, from New Zealand. I don't think he's of Native American descent. Uh, Joanne says, to make the West great again, would you go back to Cameroon or whatever? To make the West great again, would you go back? What a stupid question. I mean, honestly, what a stupid question in order to try and create some sort of like controversy from, I don't know, you're just a stupid person. Like, do you, what do you, like, people must hate you in your life or something, right? You must, like, what a pathetic question. Like, low IQ, stupid, low frequency question. I mean, get the fuck up out of here. You know what, man? I'm getting rid of you. Here, how about this? You're out of here.
myself, I wonder which
Sent to the Shadow Realm, stupid ass.
nobody else was at a conversation. I was the only one thinking that there was a conversation on. There never was. It was going to be PFL. It was always going to be PFL. They were going to take the contract, get Bellator guys. And they were always going to go with PFL. Then there was even some discussion that they might both live simultaneously for certain areas. Ireland, for example, where Bellator was a well-known brand, number of Irish fighters, that they might do a resurgence. They might keep Bellator in some degree and keep PFL in some degree, and then once a year get the champion of Bellator against the champion of PFL. Like, these were all great ideas. These were all fun ideas. These were all ideas. These were all discussed. But ultimately, when it came down to it, they did away with the name Bellator, kept PFL. How important are those fighters? I don't think we think they're important at all. But I think maybe that's part of the myth to be in a hardcore. Because Lorenzo Fertitta claims that once upon a time he paid $2 million for 3 little letters that said UFC. Lorenzo Fertitta claims he did not have a huge belief that he could get MMA up and off the ground and into everybody's mind, but that he could keep and add gasoline and add to the fire of what was known as UFC. So would PFL, if they're doing the exact same things now, but they're doing it under the name Bellator, would they be in a better spot? There's some things that you just can't do. And I will sit and I will plead with people, please trust me. I am a historian on this. This is not groundbreaking news. I'm just telling you certain things. You are not going to be able to come to.
So look, Trail's making some good points here, right? Look, the PFL has great fighters, good production. Okay, there's some instances of major financial backing now more than ever with Jake Paul. So why isn't it connecting with fans, right? And obviously, Chael breaks that down and separates successful MMA promotions from those that struggle. Explains why branding. I mean, I understand what he's explaining here, right? He's explaining that branding matters more than people realize, and this is why he's asking whether PFL should be kept, should have kept the Bellator name after the acquisition. So, um, that point that he made about Pride, right? That's very interesting. I did not know that that's how low those numbers were for that Pride card, but it makes sense, right? Pride was big in Japan, but I don't know how it would translate to America. So, yeah, I think Pride was just really for a hardcores. Here's Jan Blachowicz walking out right now. So, yeah. And then Scott Coker's return. What does all that mean?
In North America, and have 3 different products in the same night and get anybody to care. You're not going to break into Sports Center for announcing an event that's going to have kickboxing, MMA, and grappling the same night during the same program. But that's been tried.
They have tried that. The hybrid events, obviously, ONE FC is big on that. Back in the days here in Sacramento, we had hybrid events where we had a Muay Thai fight and an MMA fight all in the same, setting, all in the same card. By the way,
it's been tried.
Northern California was notorious for that.
A number of times. I know that a number of people also believe the old adage about martial arts and about the honor and the respect. I understand that. It's a nice thing to say. It's extremely important that you, in your heart, know that's not what this is. If that's your marketing, your branding, or your messaging, by all means. By all means. But if in your heart you believe that honor and discipline and respect, when the very first rule enforced by the government is damaged, they don't go hand in hand. And the sooner that people can get away from mixed martial arts and get back to understanding this is a cage fight. And if we all get along and this is about honor and respect and this is just business, we don't need you. I'm never going to say that. I'm never going to advertise it. But if I'm an executive, in my heart, I have to know it. Before I book the fight, before I make the marquee, before I bring out a press conference, before you guys take the microphone and what's costing me several $100,000 to produce, to tell the world that this is about honor and respect. I don't tell you that the PFL has done this wrong. The PFL has done a really good job.
Scandabigo says PFL MVP Netflix in Pride style show and personal ads and outfits and walkouts could hit hard.
Got a really good product. They truly do.
How about this? 43 years old versus 28.
They've got the cage. They've got the names. They got the lights. They're playing the right cities. It's very hard. It's very hard to get in. Scott Coker sees this. Scott Coker has a plan. Scott Coker sees something that he knows that he can change. What is that? We're going to have to wait until January to figure it out. But I will ask a simple question for my fifth time, because I really would like to hear what you guys think. If we could back the tape up, and if you had the opportunity to move forward with great athletes, with a great budget, with a major distribution partner, and you could do it under Professional Fight League, or you had the opportunity to do it under Bellator MMA. Looking back, revisionist history, but in hindsight, you were making that decision. What have you done? If you're over 30 with a mortgage.
All right, we're on to the co-main event. Aaron Maga says, "Do you believe Charles will end Armin's career?" No. You know, if anything, I think Armin would destroy Charles. Yeah, that's what I think, but we'll see.
Bad guy Inc.
All right, here we go, guys. Co-main event of the evening. Mark Goddard up for another assignment again. Yes, I am Jan Blachowicz. I am from Poland. Yes, Polish power. Here we go. I'm gonna beat this Navajo Sterling guy. This is Polish power. Let's go. He's strong Polish power. Let's go. Okay, good. Navajo Sterling starting out with the leg kick, circling around Jan Blachowicz. Another leg kick, inside leg kick, another inside leg kick, spamming it up. Oh, nice head kick, but falls as he goes on a head kick. And then Jan Blachowicz scrambles to the ground. So they're right back up on their feet, wrestling up against the cage. Okay, good knee right up top by Sterling. Good knee right up top by Sterling once again. Oh, that's right, man. In a 42-day span is Sterling fighting. That's crazy, man. Crazy activity levels he's got going on here. Another low kick by Navajo Sterling again. Isn't Charles bulking and moving up? Where did you hear that, Scandabigo? Let me know. Oh, he just rocked Navajo Sterling right now. And he's got a chance of finishing him here. Oh, wow. He just hit him with a jab as he was coming in, like just a straight stiff jab. Okay, good low kick by Sterling once again. Okay, another low kick by Sterling right there. Oh, he just rocked Jan Blachowicz. Oh, he's going to finish Jan Blachowicz right here. This is done deal right here. This is done deal. He's going to finish Jan Blachowicz right here. Okay, now he's smashing him up right here. Yeah, this is a beginning of the end right here. He is looking to finish Jan Blachowicz right here. That is it, man. Sterling, set 11-0, knocks out Jan Blachowicz. And that's the first round, too. Wow, man, Drizzy Goat, wherever you are, man, you predicted this. Okay, you literally came in this chat yesterday and you said, yeah, he's going to finish him off. Knockout. Okay, so slap hook, slaps the hook, and then a straight shot after. And the record continues for all these first round finishes that are happening. Wow, man. Yeah, literally the beginning of the end on that one. Okay, so that's number 9, man. Could it be number 10? He says, would you rather see Armin versus Ilya or Paddy versus Ilya? Paddy versus Ilya, right? Because I think Armin would be a way harder matchup for Ilya, although it would be competitive, but Paddy and Ilya are competitive as well, but they also kind of offer they offer drama, storylines, beef prior to them meeting with each other, right? There's already a written storyline behind that. Yeah, I'd go with Paddy versus Ilya. All right, let's hear what Chael had to say about Daniel Rodriguez, because obviously, Daniel Rodriguez is set to fight right now. So let's hear what Chael had to say about it.
Oban and I are just busy. We're just
And by the way, he's talking about Oban here, who just lost earlier tonight, and then yeah, he just yeah.
And I say, hey, by the way, Daniel Rodriguez, Oban's on this card there over in Serbia, and Daniel Rodriguez, he's gonna main event. Now, I am well aware that the most famous guy should main event. I am well aware this was put butts in seats. I am the one that informed it to you, humbly and respectfully, but we can never admit that.
Scandibigo says Patty versus Dakota, the twins fight. He says Oban won Kenobi. What are you talking about? Oh, he Sterling says he's a massive fan of Jan. It's very classy of him to say that.
Not much time to game plan, but if we see it on the big screen, you dropped him with the right hand and then just sliced him open with elbows.
Oh, from Star Wars. Okay, got it. Humble Man says, let's buckle up for the main event, everyone. You know what, man? Highly anticipated main event, especially for guys that are not even in the top 10, right? Just the storyline behind it is literally what won people over with this one.
Can I just say one thing, man? This is my sister's 21st for this, so happy birthday, Don.
All right, he's saying he missed his sister's 21st birthday for this. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but no one cares. All right, back to Chael.
That can never be something that we advertise. There was somebody that just did that. So you know, the UFC, they're looking at your social media following before they'll give you a card placement. This is ridiculous. Like this fight. It will never stop. Like a fighter, no matter how experienced or how good or how long he's been in the sport, like the day that this gets revealed to him, like he's got to go tell the world. Oh my, he's got to tell the world this conspiracy. Oh my God, this business known as the UFC, they're trying to do business, and it's just like this reveal. But it is not something that you would say. It is not something that you would advertise or that you would go out and say, well, you know, we've got a little formula and social media is followed with it. It's just one of those things. And I bring that to you because Rodriguez, who's a straight up badass, by the way, first time I ever see this guy, he's in the ring and he's putting it on Kevin Lee, who is nasty. Kevin's nasty, but he's coming off an injury and he's up a weight class. So even though it was a hard
thoughts on Frederick Voschgron? That's the German fighter who looks like Patty, right? He's a beast, bro. But I don't know if that guy is going to pass any drug tests in the UFC. So good luck to him in his drug testing in the UFC because, yeah, he's going to need it. That's for sure. That guy definitely looks like he's on something. But I would love to see him in the UFC nonetheless. You know, yeah, it shows me you're a hardcore MMA fan, Aaron Maga, for you to know who that guy is.
Fight. Kevin's still going to win this fight. It's a nasty war. I mean, this thing turns out to be harder than you ever thought it was going to be. And whoever this Rodriguez guy is, this guy's a street tough guy. This is my first time I've seen him. So I do not question Rodriguez at all. I am a Rodriguez believer, but I am here to share with you. He won the main event before he went to prison, right? He just got him in jail. It's a very tough story. It's a very, very tough story that many people would say wasn't even a crime. And they took him and he got him put in one of these roughest jails. Did a year, comes out, tells his story on Joe Rogan, and his first fight back is going to be a 5-round main event. By the way, against a total stud. It's not even like they set him up to go look good here. This is going to be a tough night out for both guys. But Oban and I are discussing this just from the perspective that he was not a main event when he went to jail. So what is it that happened in jail that now made this non-main eventer a main event? And
it's because he had a story, right? That's what we love in fighting. That's what we love in sports, period. It's a good story. That's what we love. I mean, look, this is Paramount, okay? You guys understand that this is the Paramount Network. Do you know what they have in Paramount Network? Mobland, Agency, Sheriff's County, Landman. What else? Man, basically everything that is all about action, all about, you know, espionage, all about government conspiracies, right? I mean, this is literally what Daniel Rodriguez is offering you. He is literally offering you like a real life TV series come to life with his experience in Mexico. So yeah, he wasn't a main event fighter before, but now, of course, he's going to be a main event fighter. Number one, here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to build a reputation. They're trying to build a higher fan base in Serbia. That's what they did. They met with the president of Serbia. By the way, who is the president of Serbia right now? Who is the president of Serbia right now? So the president of Serbia right now is Alexander Vucic. Okay. All right. Though he announced that he plans to resign. Oh wow. Okay. Assumed office in 2017, re-elected 2022. Recent development announced plans to step down, call in early elections following the protest. Huh? Isn't that interesting? Okay. So it's this gentleman right here. It kind of looks like an Eastern European Elon Musk a little bit, right? So this is the gentleman right here, right? All right. So, anyways, what's in it for them? Obviously, tourism, right? That's the reason why they did that, right? Tourism. So they're trying to build tourism. They're trying to build a reputation of MMA in Serbia, and they want a good storyline. So it's an easy formula. Get Mechik and then get uh, Daniel Rodriguez to fight in this main event slot.
And I don't need you to answer the question. It's rhetorical. I get the whole thing. What I'm sharing is that is a PR nightmare. But you guys didn't even hear about it until I just said it. Right? I mean, it really is a fascinating thing. And I can give you a couple of examples of guys that went to jail and that came out better. Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins learned to box in jail. Did you know that? That's where he learned it. Bernard Hopkins said he was not even close to the top 10 baddest dude in jail. He said there's guys in there if you want to believe, and you'll never see them. And then he kind of tied it in and said we don't have anything to do all day, but the guards will always let us exercise. They like the idea of us doing something and then being tired. And Mike Tyson said the same thing. I knew a guy from the wrestling world, Broderick Lee, and he had to do some time. And when he came out and he said, all I do all day is a combination of sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. Because I had nothing else to do. When he came out, he ends up making a U.S. world team and won the national championship. I mean, it was this whole thing. Like, it's not completely ridiculous that there is some level of training in jail. I'm just sharing for you. Rodriguez was not a main eventer when he went to jail. Rodriguez was not booked in a 5-round affair. Right, this isn't Mike Tyson coming out and let's get him the right guy in Peter McNeely and let's kind of see where he's at. It's not like that.
You know what? That is a good point, man. They brought Peter McNeely to fight Mike Tyson, right? And obviously, that was going to be an easy matchup for Mike Tyson. And lo and behold, he did the damn thing and finished him, right? It was an easy matchup for him. They're not doing this for Daniel Rodriguez.
And from that perspective, I just find it to be interesting, but I also find it to be a bit of a comeback story, right? Rodriguez did go down on something that was pretty tough. It was pretty tough. You guys might remember the name Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner went to Russia and she got put in jail. And it wasn't a bad jail, by the way. It was a regular jail where they gave you food and they gave you showers and you had a pillow. The President of the United States went and got her out, worked to deal with Putin and got her out, largely on the argument of, hey, that's not even a crime where we're from. She had no idea she was doing a crime. Okay, great. I'm just sharing with you. Rodriguez did the exact same thing, but nobody came to help him. Nobody even talked about him.
No, you're wrong about that. Dana White did help him by talking to the Mexican government. Dana White, the privilege that he has being friends with Trump is that he can obtain the phone numbers of presidents around the world, including the president of Serbia.
I would have brought attention. I didn't even know what was going on until he got out and went on.
Oh, look at this. Daniel Rodriguez got this blue bandana theme going on, obviously, because, he's a Sureño, and, he's walking out right now.
Joe Rogan. So this is a very good story. This would be a very cool thing if Rodriguez could come out the other side of this. It'd be a very cool thing. I can tell you the night that Rodriguez fought Kevin Lee, which is years ago, but the night that he fought Kevin Lee, he could have gone 5 rounds. It was one of the things that I was so blown away with. I'm just waiting for this guy to fade. I'm just waiting for him to fade, and Kevin's going to take over. And Kevin stayed in that fight. Kevin never backed down. It was just Rodriguez didn't back down. That's the whole thing, right? I'm going to you, you're coming to me. One of us is going to fade, and the other guy's going to take over. It just never happened. And I remember coming away very impressed with his conditioning. But it's a big ask. Boy, they asked Elliot to do 5 rounds after he had a year that wasn't his normal year of training.
That's right. D-Rod walking out right now. Yup. I just showed portions of it right now.
They asked Conor McGregor to go 5 rounds after being removed from regular circumstances. A big ask. 5 rounds is a completely different game. But it is interesting. Before the incident. And it's a massive opportunity. And Oban and I's larger point, and we both completely agreed, is fair play. Completely fair play. But an interesting observation, yeah. Yeah, sure it is.
All right. Well, there it is, man. There's so hyped for the fight, for this fight, Kyrie. Yeah, man. And here we are, man. Main event time right here, guys. Main event time. Here we go. All right, here we go. A humble man says, I know you are rooting for D-Rod, but I'm a massive fan of Message. This one hurts to watch, but very anticipated nonetheless. Well, there you go, right? It's good to see that guys who are like in the lower top tens, have a fan base like this or have a good storyline that we can, attract for a fight night. So now D-Rod is now entering the cage right now. The main event of the evening, guys. Last fight of the evening. So here we go. Yeah, that's a good point, right? He probably is a lot more dedicated after the fact, right? Having to use unconventional means. Um, yeah. Humble Man says the commentary team made a good point, also saying if D-Rod keeps styling in the fight, he'll have an advantage, and I agree. Scandavigo says Mexican impersonation after the Polish one. Hey, Holmes, I've been in prison, for something that I didn't do. They caught me with a little bit of some marijuana. But you know what? This is legal where I'm from, Holmes. And they locked me up. And now I get a fight with some Serbian in Serbia. Onale, homie. Onale. Shout out to all my essays, man. All my Southsider Mexicans in LA. I know all of y'all. I know there's a bunch of Mexicans in LA right now that are watching this for sure. Some tatted up dudes that are watching this. You know what I mean? You better believe, man. D-Rod is like the LA version of Nate Diaz. You know what I mean? All right, here's oh wow, man, very powerful music he's coming out to right now. People chanting in the background. Oh, all right, here we go, man. All right, walking out to some Serbian music. Humble Man says, Kyrie, did you see the record was broken tonight with the amount of first round knockouts? Yes. What is it? 9 or 10? Was that 9 or 10? That broke the record. It was a great card nonetheless. Yup. All right, here we go, man. Yeah, great card nonetheless, man. And then everybody's popping up right now for the main event. Shout out to everybody around the world. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are now in the main event slot of the evening right now. We are now in the main event of the evening, y'all. All right, so Medic in the prep point right now. He calls him the doctor, and it should be the surgeon. I agree. All right, there's Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez looks nervous, but also very a very controlled, nervous type of way. You know what I mean? People, they're really loving this. They're like singing along to the song, like Serbia. Like it must be a powerful song for them to go like And there's D-Rod just really, man, there's a part of him that wishes, man, I wish I was in LA right now, Holmes, with the homies, with the homies and the hyena, just smoking some weed in LA right now, dog. I don't want to be in this fight right now, eh? But yeah, man, he's gonna do it up, man. 39 years old. Daniel Rodriguez, 33, both 6'1", with a slight reach advantage for Daniel Rodriguez at 74 and 71 for Juric Medic. The main event of the evening. Wow, the Serbian Mixed Martial Arts Federation. So they got their own thing going on there. Okay. Yep, Jason Herzog. There we go. And now, around the world, it's been waiting for.
From the sold out Belgrade Arena in Belgrade,
People are cheering as soon as he's like yelling Serbia. Time! Just bleed! Ah! Remember that guy? Just bleed! Ah! Remember that dude? And they're booing him. Of course, naturally, they're going to boo him. Alhambra, California. Man, Daniel Rodriguez, a real-life essay fighting in the UFC. Lean like a cholo. Lean like a cholo. Oh, man. Most highly anticipated fight night of the year. Oh, he fights out of Alaska, huh? Okay. So he got a team out there. All right, here we go. Round number 1, guys. Okay, they're going to meet in the middle of the octagon. All right. All right, guys, here we go. Round number 1. Okay, round one. Here we go, round one main event. Oh, good leg kick by Daniel Rodriguez. Front kick by Medic. Oh my goodness! Oh no! He is rocking Daniel Rodriguez. I can't believe it, man. It is over. It is over. I can't believe it. Wow. Wow. Man, very disappointing. But what did we expect? You know, Medic with the KOs, D-Rod, first round. Yep, there it is, man. Didn't even take too long to do that, man. All right, guys. Well, listen, that is the rest of the fight card tonight, guys. Yeah, that is the rest of the fight card. Wow, wow. All right, let's do a full card recap real quick, okay? Okay, we'll do a full card recap on this right now. All right, we'll do that in about 20 seconds or so, 30 seconds. There's Medic right there walking out into the crowd, shaking hands with everybody up there. Yeah, first round knockout, man. Wow. Look at this. So how he ends it. Hooks off on him. He hits him with a hook. Daniel Rodriguez falls, and then he follows up with another hook. As soon as he follows up with another hook, okay, so what happened was this is the sequence of how it ended, right? He goes and he hits him with a hook, punches him right in the throat, and then hits him with a knee. He falls to the ground. Looks like momentarily he tried to soccer kick him while he was on the ground and pounded, and then that was all she wrote right there. That was the main event of the evening. All right. So on the co-main event of the evening, obviously there's another first round knockout. By the way, the whole entire card right here was 11 straight first round knockouts. Not straight, but you know, I think there's 10. Now there's either 11 or 10, right? But whatever it was, it beat the record for the most amount of first round finishes in an event, right? So that was you know, Navajo Sterling, right? He does a little bit of a slap hook, then gets a straight shot to the ground, and then ground and pounds Jan. Ground and pounds Jan, and that was that. Scandavigo says poor matchmaking on this card. Poor matchmaking or purposeful matchmaking, right? Obviously, this was to get the Serbians you know, sort of excited, but you know, there were a lot of Serbians that lost tonight as well. Rakic gets a decision victory over Mice and Tybura, right? Mice and Tybura looked really tired and had no volume to throw. You know, afterwards, Humble Man says, "I am speechless." Speechless at what? At the result? I don't know. I'm not. I told you I wanted good for Daniel Rodriguez in this one, but it was what it was. Let's hear what Ordo's Medic had to say, and then we'll get to the rest of the card. And then on the other fights tonight, Valentin gets a guillotine choke versus Dusko. They had some great scrambles before the end, before the fight ended, and yeah, that one ended in the first round as well. Urbina TKO Cepo after Cepo rocks him, right? So that was also a first round finish as well. Gugnon gets a rear naked choke. Okay, wins in the first round after a heavy leg kick to Milos. Milos broke his foot attempting a body kick, then hits an elbow, and then that was all she wrote. Caught him on the ground with a rear naked choke. Let's see here. What else? Musayev, okay, gets a TKO finish. That one was in round 2. Heavy shots to the body, then ground and pound finish after that. Oliveira KOs Michael Oliveira, remains undefeated 11-0, KOs Oban Elliot in the first round. Literally the first jab that he throws rocks Oban Elliot. It's going to be a lot of special. Yeah, this guy's going to be special. I'm telling you, right? Look out for Michael Oliveira. Also, Nikolic wins by decision in his fight. Grad gets an arm triangle choke in the second round. And Rebecki gets a ground and pound finish in the first round. And that's the other first round knockout. Leka with a body kick finish in the first round. Luciano submits Spasic rear naked choke in the first round, and that was the first fight of the evening. Now let's hear what my man here has to say.
30 seconds. You're talking about the belt. Who do you want next?
Listen, there's guys that I would love to fight. Guys like Carlos Prates. He's way ahead of me in the division. But this would be the fight to remember.
That's a good fight.
I asked for Leon Edwards. I think he's still in hiding. If he decides to come out of the hole he's shoving himself into, I'll be gladly next to knock him out.
Leon Edwards, you gotta answer that call out, man.
A final message. Molim vas ljudi, izvinite, ne znam što više da vam kažem. Hvala puno. Uživajte.
Translate, what does that mean?
I just said I don't know what to say anymore. I love you, everybody. This was an amazing night, and I'm finally home.
He says, I don't know what to say. I'm finally home. This is great. All right, guys. Well, listen, that is all that we have for this one right now, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It was a great night of fights. It was amazing. All first round finishes. Not all, but the majority of the fights. We're talking about 10 or 11 fights with first round finishes. And then there was also a lot of other finishes and just a few decisions, right? Rakic, he's going to be a threat in the heavyweight division, even though this was, not his best performance, in my opinion, right? I mean, he could have done better, but it was a tough opponent nonetheless. Also, this guy, Mecic, he's got a whole bunch of 170 guys that he can go after right now. So as a result of that, I think what we have now is, a whole lot of fun contenders at 170, also including Michael Oliveira, right? Imagine what Michael Oliveira would have done to Mecic tonight, and even Daniel Rodriguez himself. But man, stacked 170 division, and Islam Makhachev is on top. A couple of weeks from now, we have Islam Makhachev taking on Ian Gary. Wow, man, it is a good time for the 170 division right now. And that right there concludes our fight night for UFC Belgrade, Serbia. And with that in mind, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the next one. More on this on the next content and the coming contents to come, inshallah.
I'm sorry this followed me home. There's no hiding it now. I know what I am.
All right, guys. So we are on to the bonus section of this one right now. So what do we got next week, right? The machine goes on next week, goes back to the Apex Center, of course, because we all know how we love the Apex Center. Gamrot taking on Scarlett, Diego Ferreira taking on Billy Quinterillo, Darren Elkins taking on Yadir Devali, Limos taking on Tanara, Billy Ray Goff taking on Ty Miller at the welterweight division. And then the week after that, you got Ian Gary and Islam Makhachev, Mackenzie Dern and Robertson in the co-main event. That's going to be in Philadelphia, and of course, right here in Sacramento. A week after that, Hernandez taking on Rodriguez here in Sacramento live at the Golden One Arena. I can't wait for that also. Great 3 weeks coming up ahead of these fights. Guys, I don't know, man. I don't think I really have anything else, other than that. But if there's anything else that you guys want to add, what did you guys like about this fight? Was it great? Was it awesome? Um, yeah, what a night. What a night, right? What a night. Um, Wow. Okay, man. Great night of fights nonetheless, man. Really enjoyed it. It is what it is. But yeah, great night of fights. Great night of fights. I didn't regret it at all, right? Usually sometimes I debate some weeks of, hey, should I go do this live stream or not do this live stream, right? This was one of those live streams where I was glad that I had done it, and I'm glad that I had been able to do it and experience it and saw it live, right? So no regrets on that particular regard. I hope you guys enjoyed the events as well, but honestly, that is all that I really have for this one right now. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. AR says, Kyrie, who is your favorite boxer and UFC fighter? Boxer, you know what? I don't really have a favorite, right? Like, I can't say that I have a favorite. Um, yeah, it would be hard for me to say that I have a favorite. I mean, do you let me know who your favorite is, right? And then maybe we can discuss, whether that's warranted or not, right? Like, who's your favorite boxer right now? Who's your favorite MMA fighter? Because I have several, and some in different weight classes, some in different, okay, Mike Tyson and Khabib. Okay, what is it that you like about Mike Tyson? Is it that he's a knockout artist, he's a finisher? What is it that you like about Khabib? Was it because he's dominant, or is it just because they're both Muslim fighters? What is your what is your assessment on that matter? If you care to share, would you please? Um, oh wow, okay, so they said that there were flares going off in the stance right now. Wow. Okay, AR says prime Mike, 18 to 20 years old, and both are Muslim. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So that's where you kind of stand with that. All right. Um, you know what, man? I started to notice something, right? I noticed a parallel between Mike Tyson and Conor McGregor, right? Conor McGregor um came back against Max Holloway, got beat. And on top of that, you had Mike Tyson coming back in the mid 2000s, right? When he was just way off his prime at that point, right? He came back to fight Kevin McBride. That didn't go too well. He came back and fought Danny Williams. You guys know Danny Williams, your fellow Englishman. That didn't pan out too well. So I don't know. I feel like there's a parallel between their careers, right? And how it ends. But then again, Conor McGregor's career is not necessarily, ended at this point, right? There's still one more fight. He says he wants one last dance of 2027, and he'll call it quits from there. But we'll see how that pans out. On any regard, guys, listen, that is all that I have for you on this one right now. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. This was really fun. I'm glad I got to do it, and I'm glad I got to experience it with you guys out there. So like and subscribe. See you in the next one, inshallah.